be good. We're gonna behave. Yes? We're gonna behave. Cool. No misbehaving this time? Just doing what I want you to do? Awesome. Cool. Hey, welcome to the Void. We're doing a little bit of something a little bit different today. Just because I have been... I'm not losing my interest in, like, gaming TM, but just, I've really been wanting to work on, like, I've been really focused on, like, world building, because I want to do a lot of things with the silly little world that I've made. Because I want to be able to run games in it, especially for, like, my loved ones and whatnot and so forth. So, I'm trying to focus on getting it done, and focus on getting the world done, and it feels like a very calm, chill thing to just vibe and listen to some chill tunes, courtesy of, where's the thing? Courtesy of Lo-Fi Geek, which is this is apparently copyright-free thing that just anybody's able to and welcome to use, which is great. Very helpful for me and Michael. But yeah, so welcome to the stream. Gonna be, as one of my partners put it, I'm going to be doing a big Pangea to my world and splitting up the continents, which first, what I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to go ahead and split up the continents where I want them to be split. So this is going to involve, quite simply, tracing the continents with the funny little destroy Earth tool, and then go from there. I'm using the funny little tool first because in my head, if I've already made it to where, like, if there's already a defined gap between two places, then it'll be easier for me to take the lasso tool in and carve that away from one another. Especially given that the way that the lasso tool works, it's not a, like, it's not a selection tool. Like, I mean, well, here it is. It's not like I can't draw out a circle. It's, I can draw out an area. You actually belong to this larger landmass. Well, actually, I guess technically the smaller landmass. So you'll get brought over here. I don't know who you belong to. I don't know if I've decided who you belong to. But I'm gonna go ahead and break you away from... What are you? Are you Tomocked? You might be Tomocked. Ah, no, you're Tazia. Got you. Also, hey, we already have some viewers. Welcome to the stream. Just doing some work in my funny little fantasy world. My funny little fantasy world where, thankfully, people don't need to do things like hope streams or, like, you know, people don't need to have mutual aid requests, because this, you know, you can tell the creators' politics by their world building. You can tell I am very susceptible to this. Because in this world, there's quite literally a goddess who has said, so this whole privatized healthcare thing, fuck that. And she quite literally has it set up to where her blood is a powerful cure-all. And she has temples set up across the planet where people can go. People can take some of her funny little blood from one of the funny little blood fountains, and it will cure most things. Well, it will cure most diseases. There are some things that, like, there's some things that you kind of can't just wave a magical wand and solve. Like, so for example, to magically wave a wand and cure, like, depression, for example, you would need, like, a magic wand that actually lets you, you know, cure the systemic problems that are why so many folk are suffering from depression in the first place, as opposed to just like, oh, cool, your body's chemically balanced again, because, well, if you don't treat the cause, then the symptoms are going to come back. So, yeah, this is a funny little planet. It doesn't make sense according to our rules of physics, but it makes perfect sense according to the laws of physics in this world, which is kind of what I care about more. Oh, well, do I want to tear you two apart? Because if I tear you two apart... Oh, no, actually, no, you're fine. It's you all that I might need to keep stuck together. So this, the Stabilodoma is about to get a lot weirder. I mean... Fuck it, actually, no, that's fine. Cool. The Stabilodoma transitions from, like, rainforest to, like, palm tree forest. Neat. Tropical forest. That's what I'm looking for. It's like, well, it's gonna be weird. I mean, hey, at me. It is already a forest that borders a body of water. So having it border an ocean is not gonna be that much weirder. Gosh, I really need to fucking loosen up. Just using so much unnecessary pressure on my tablet. I hope you all are having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. Nah, it could be going a little bit better. Must be entirely honest. For the most part, going pretty good. Was up well before noon. I'm actually managing to get a stream in. And that's massive for me. Is Sealag, are you cut out? Oh no, you're not a Sealag. Are you Tamocked? You might be Tamocked. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, you're Tamocked. Gonna do one thing that will help me a lot, which is once I have everything cut up, I'm gonna go and leave little marks where everything is that way whenever, like, because the one downside, I love Wonder Draft. I love it so much. But the one issue with it is that it, at least to my knowledge, you can't move, like, the land and the symbols at the same time. You have to move, like, the land and then the symbols. So, and you can't rotate symbols the same way you can the land, so. Matichi... Okay, we'll split you two up, but we'll have Matichi and Vulcana stay connected. They're doing kind of a lot of fun things with the world building of this world. As I mentioned before... Nope, don't need to cut that one off. Kinda as I mentioned before, doing a bunch of, like... Well, what changes would I want to see be made in this world? And doing that in this world. However, I've also been, like, trying to pay good attention to, like, other things I've seen online with, like, other criticisms of, like, other pieces of fantasy fiction. Most notably, like, anything that has, like, its roots in, like, either colonialism or like fascism or nationalism, and just like racism. Just take those out, because I don't want that. So, for example, like, my desert country isn't some like weird foreign exotic place that none of the other countries know about. It's my desert country is honestly one of the major population centers that like a lot of people are from, because my desert country is honestly one of the best places to live. Truth be told, I'll leave you two fused together. I don't need to separate every single landmass from every other landmass, because that would be breaking into countries, and you know that's not quite what we're doing. But so for example, Uspar, the desert country, it's great. No, you know, technically, which one's the country? Which one's the continent again? Okay. Yeah. Uspar is the country. Queenway is the continent. And Uspar is kind of like the tits. I believe I've mentioned on stream, either on stream or in a video before, that I have that there's like... Uspar doesn't have, like, an emperor, because it's not really an emperor sort of situation at Uspar. Instead, they have their grove tender, because Uspar is a communist country. There is some sort of, like... There is, granted, like, a little bit of, like... Well, this is concerning because of these reasons. But mostly it's pretty okay. The way that Uspar is set up is that it's in a desert. And the way that this funny little planet functions... there are ley lines all throughout this bitch. And the way that the ley lines work is that every ley line has its own... How do you even describe it? So, the way that gods and ley lines work in this setting is that a god is a creature that has become very innately tuned, or has become attuned to one of the ley lines. And the way that the ley line, and every deity has two domains. They have their origin domain, and their origin domain is like their domain that correlates to something that is like a universal truth of reality, or like a universal, like, kind of like how I do Cubithrai. It's the origin domains are, hey, this is the fundamental aspect of reality that you correlate to, that you control. And, so for example, you're actually pretty... You're pretty... Y'all are actually pretty simple as far as where your layout is. And honestly, you all are too, because while there's a lot of you, you're kind of in very distinct locations. Okay, I'll be able to move you. So for example, one of the gods, one of my favorite gods, Ankoi. Ankoi is the goddess of death and art. So her origin domain is death, because everything dies. All things die. All things must die. Sorry, anyway. So her origin domain is death. Her personality domain is art. Or like the god of light, Zixash. Zixash, origin domain, light, because a lot of chemical reactions give off light. Is that actually universal? Do all chemical reactions give off light? I don't remember. It's been a while since I had to take a chemistry class. Or needed to use to know that chemical information. But Zixash was kind of a dick before he became a god. And so his personality domain is destruction. I wasn't shit wasn't intersecting? Gosh darn it. And so this is all relevant because the way ley lines work is that they don't fill their roots with their element. You know, it's not like everything along the ley line of fire is constantly burning. However, in areas where the ley line of magic is strongest, it is easier to set things on fire. You know? However, they also have influences of their deities' of personality domains that also influence the areas around them. So, for example, while Kulnir is a grade A bitch who I hate, the brief synopsis on her story for why I hate the goddess of families in my setting is because before she became a god, she was... Oh no! Oh, is there a limit to how many vertices I can place on a selection? Well, tits. So, ley lines can also affect the personalities and, like... They don't change. Hello! Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy. I'm doing just some funny world building and, Oh, hello! Well, welcome! Not my normal type of stream. Normally I'm doing some sort of game, but today's a very chill day, so... Very, very chill day, so having a very chill stream. And I'm just doing some world building and talking about the funny little ways that my funny little world works. Most notably, so, okay. So, you can call me Q. Q-Thrauge. Pronoun, my pronouns are complicated. Pronoun status, it's complicated. But she, her will function for... She, her is my simplest pronoun set. My fun ones are glitch, void, fiend, self. Because gender is a fun, complicated set of concepts and ideals. And so I have some funny little pronouns to go along with it. If you give a tranny a gender, she's gonna want some pronouns to go with it. Aw. That's fair. Yeah, Q-Thrauge is very fun. It's in my fucking... I have my own language that I've created called Q-Thray. And my old name, Lily, had, like, a bunch of... Like, don't get me wrong, Lily is a great name. Oh, that's cool. Love that. Like, my old name, Lily, like, don't get me wrong, Lily is a dope-ass name. Great name. However, for me, personally, I started going by Lily because of an ex of mine who really didn't want her to have any influence on my life anymore. Well, that and also because, like, Okay, so originally it started as one thing and X did, and then a different X influenced me to, like, make it short for Liliana instead of Lilith. Which, admittedly, now in retrospect, is kind of possibly a good call, because Lilith is an entity from Jewish mythology, and I have no I have no claim to that heritage, so that's perhaps a great call, but either way, don't really want that particular X to have any influence on my life, so I decided to say fuck it, and I designed my own name in Qvithre, which is now, so Qthrauj, means Qthrauj, it's void, chaos, art, kindness, desire. Not... Hello? Oh no, gosh darn it. Why are you giving me so much grief? Yes. So, okay, so the way that the gods work is the gods they do ascend from mortals, but not in the way that you may expect. So, anybody in this world can, well, specifically any creature in this world can become a god, because in this world, the term god kind of means something a little bit different. Because in this world, a god is simply any entity who is attuned to one of the attuned to one of the ley lines, of which there are 22. However, there's actually secretly like a 22nd, but most entities aren't aware that the 22nd exists. Because there are 21 ley lines scattered across the universe. Because also, I've made some absolutely wild decisions with this thing. One of which being that the ley lines aren't local to just this planet. The ley lines are a global situation. So, like, you're all freshwater, so I can actually erase... Yeah, I'll use freshwater. So I can actually erase you, because I don't need this lake here anymore. But yeah, so, anyone can become a god, because the way that gods work, it's just simply, it means you're attuned to one of the ley lines. There are 21 ley lines across the entire universe that everyone knows about. Most people know about these 21 ley lines because of the Pantheon's influence on their planet. However, there are worlds that the Pantheon hasn't been active on, and so, like, they probably don't know about the ley lines. That would be honestly an interesting situation to do, which is, like, a world on which it has no ley lines, it has no, like, it's done nothing to really catch the attention of any of the gods, so, like, they don't know about the gods. That could be a fun little thing to do. But yeah, so anyone can become a god, but god doesn't necessarily... It doesn't have the same connotation as to what we normally use for gods. Because generally when we say god, we mean, like, oh yes, it is this spiritual entity of immense power, or something loosely along those lines. In this setting, a god is just anyone whose heart and soul has been bound inextricably to one of the ley lines. And the way this happens is that whenever... Haha, that's kind of funny. Is that whenever the ley lines want avatars, the ley lines want to be attuned to people because it helps ensure that the ley line will not go extinct or lose power, more or less. Can I just... Is there a way I can control just the overall opacity of all my things? No. Well, that's expected, but unfortunate. Oh well. Sorry, very ADHD. But so... at the start of... So, whenever life first formed in the universe, the ley lines kind of picked certain individuals to be, like... The moment life existed, the ley lines were like, oh, that's interesting, and latched on to life. And so since then, anytime that a ley line does not have a god, or does not have someone... Yeah, no worries. This is meant to be a very chill stream, so no worries. Kind of. The universe has 21 gods, because the 22nd ley line is kind of funky. Oh, but so there have been gods, air quotes, since, like, gods have existed in this setting since the dawn of life. So essentially, like, there used to be microbial gods. There used to be dinosaur gods. There actually is, there's one god who, is alive currently, who predates the dinosaurs on this particular planet. He was a turtle. He was a snapping turtle that happened to stumble into the ley line of structure, or Earth. Actually, I kind of like the thought that he was just happened to be resting in the ley line of structure, and then whenever the previous god of structure died, the ley line was like, well, your whole thing is kind of, you're a creature who has a structure on your back. So I think you would make a perfect god for my specific situation. And so that's why Jezik is now the god of structures. No, the ley lines are actually universal, and honestly, calling them lines is a little bit of a misnomer. It would be honestly kind of more apt to call them, like, the ley web. But I like ley lines better. I like the sound of ley lines better, so call them ley lines. But, essentially, they do root throughout the entire universe, which could mean, which this is one thing I've thought of and want to play with. Which does mean that if you wanted to, you could travel between different planets by traveling on the ley lines. Totally viable option for travel, if anyone kind of gets the idea to do so. I'm unfamiliar with the Green Lantern problem, but... Oh, right. Oh, so kind of like, backtracking a little bit. So... a demonstration of how the ley lines, they don't... The best way I can think to phrase it, unfortunately references something which I deem literary McDonald's. As in, like, it's fun, it's enjoyable, but, like, it's not really... nothing of great significance or, like, monumental worth or anything, but honestly, that's fine. Like, sometimes you just, you know... Sometimes you just need to do things just because they're fun, not because it, like, has any sort of great deeper meaning or revelation about, oh gosh darn it, or, you know, revelation about life or whatever. But for anyone who's read the Dresden Files, it's very similar to how, like, the Winter Mantle, it doesn't give you, like, it doesn't take over your personality. They just give you a secondary set of instincts that are themed around that ley line. However, there are, like, certain influences that happen just due to the nature of some of the elements. And Kulnir is honestly one of the best examples of this, because Kulnir's origin domain, which, slight refresher, origin domains are like, this is the thing that I'm a god of that is a fundamental part of reality that would exist even if all intelligent life died out. And, like, intelligent life never evolved in the first place. It's just, you know, an immutable fact of the universe. That's what an origin domain is. So Kulnir's origin domain is, gases? The lay term for her is the goddess of air, but, like, the super nerdy, scholarly types who, like, study the minutiae and things are like, well, technically, Kulnir has influence over not just air as we know it, not just oxygen and nitrogen and the other various chemicals that we breathe, but she also has control over other things that we don't breathe that would be toxic for us to breathe. She just controls all gases. So, but her personality domain is family. However, this is not... She's also kind of a good example of how, like, your personality domain doesn't necessarily indicate, like, you being good or you being bad. Because, again, her personality domain, her domain which is based off of, like, what was she like before she became a god, is family. However, for anyone who has read the book, A Child Called It, Coolnir would, previously definitely would have given the mother from that book a run for her money for, like, worst mother ever. Like, Coolnir was a shit-ass parent. Like, Coolnir was bad, horrible, just absolute garbage parent. Very abusive, very shitty, just bad, terrible. Just no. However, let's see. Cool. However, due to the influence of the ley line of air, she's kind of, I wouldn't say she's mellowed out, per se, but as opposed to being, like, this walking crime against all that is good parenting, you know, instead of being as horrible as she used to be, now she's just, like, a really intense helicopter parent. Which, don't get me wrong, it's still not great, but, like, you know, it's mellowed her out just a smidge. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Oh, I didn't mark this place's locations down before I moved it. That's fine. Especially given that, if I recall, there's something a little squirrely with, like, the way that the land is painted. I don't know what the specifics are, but, like, there's some sort of weird something going on to where, like, if you move some pieces, sometimes it'll keep, like, the way that you've colored it, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what the determining factors of that are. But, oh well. Figure that out later. Oh, but yeah, so, Coolnir. Oh, right, so, you know, so yeah, Coolnir, shit-ass god. Like, it is also canon that Coolnir is the least worshipped god in the Pantheon. Just, and I have decided this because, just, fuck her. Just, I hate her so much. Why did you make a god that you hate? Well, you know, I have to have some sources of conflict. Otherwise, that would make for a very boring setting to run stories and tabletop games in. So, you know, I'd have some sources of conflict. Offhand, my main 3 sources of conflict are, like, followers of, like, the shitty gods, of which there honestly are very few of. I like most of my Pantheon. You can also kind of tell, again, authors' politics, authors' opinions, viewable in world building. Couple of things. One, all of the gods that I like tends to be either, like, they're not necessarily always, like, super fat, but they're always definitely feel very comfortable. Like, they're, like, all of the gods that I enjoy, none of them are, like, rail thin or, like, supermodel thin. They're all, like, very cozy, jovial, like, mom, dad bod type bodies. And all the gods that I don't like are, like, skeletally thin. like Coolnir, honestly. Coolnir is a incredibly thin minotaur. The best way I think to phrase her, or the best way I think to, like, describe her briefly, does unfortunately rely on, references to someone whom I would love to see put deeply into the ground. But for anyone who's read or watched Harry Potter, Coolnir is like kind of very similarly built to Aunt Petunia. Just very, very thin, very stretched, very tall, spindly, very nosy, etc. Honestly, I will say, as much as I fucking loathe her, I fucking love her design, because Coolnir is this, again, Minotaur, spindly as all hell. She wears robes woven from clouds and mist and gases that kind of swirl around her constantly. Due to something that happened on this planet, or in this universe a while ago, everybody's like partially demonic. And so one of her features is that she has 4 horns instead of the normal 2 for a Minotaur. And they all kind of like curl out and then forward. Like they kind of look like hands that are like, or not, they look like kind of like fingers that are like wrapping around from the sides of her head. She used to have eyes, but whenever she became the avatar of air, or the god of air, she lost her eyes, kind of, but she gained 8 new ones. So on either side of her head, instead of eyes, where her eyes would be, she has just these, on each side she has 4 massive jagged holes in her skull, from which the 8 winds of the world pour out. And due to this, she can essentially see anything that the winds touch, is what she can see. And due to this, this is part of why she's gone from being like the worst mom in the world to being just like a really overbearing helicopter parent, because now her attention is necessarily spread out and forcibly, like it is forcibly spread out across everywhere because her eyes are now the wind. Don't really have too much figured out about her design, mostly because I don't need to at the moment. I honestly didn't need to figure out that much, but oh, so way you can tell my opinions: the first, the gods that I like often have like very comfy, cozy mom bod or dad bod type builds, and the gods that I don't like are very thin. The other way is, let's see, where am I gonna put you to get you kind of out on your own? This'll work for now. I'm gonna break everything apart into like easily managed sections, and then I'm gonna go through and like figure out where I want them to actually be placed. I might actually roll dice, truth be told, because I like using dice to determine things, because I am a chaos gremlin. But the other way you can tell my like opinions and whatnot is that the gods that I like are like my goddess of light, my goddess of darkness, my goddess of art. Just, essentially, the things that I like are also the things that the things that I like are also essentially the gods that are widely revered and who have the most worshippers. So like Jezik, the god of emotional of like relationships and like healthy relationships. One of my favorite gods. Love that guy so much. Love that funky little turtle. What? Which one of these? No? No. Oh, is it you? Ah, it's you, I think. Ah, it is you. Wonderful. Cool. Trying to figure out which one of these little brushes it was that I used to color Uspar. Yeah. No, I feel that. That's how this planet was originally created. Let me see if I can. So the original layout for this planet was decided by dice. I'm gonna import something real quick to show you. Campaign... I don't need to read out loud my file structure. So this is, Is that? Huh, I didn't realize I named anything Scorchback. Interesting. Anyway, this is like what the world looked like originally when I first made it. And this was decided by rolling dice. Which was, I do still have that table somewhere. Neither, actually. That is the Aurora Crescent Spire, which is... it's... So this is, like, mostly a fantasy world. The Aurora Crescent is where things get a lot more into the sci-fi. But also, this is, I am doing this kind of, like, fantasy world, kind of in the same vein as, like, a lot of early video games, where, like, like, Shining Force. Honestly, Shining Force is the main one that comes to mind, where it's like, oh yes, this is a fantasy world with, like, dragons and sorcerers and mages and stuff. But also, we have some weird sci-fi tech with, like, lasers and robots and, like, weird energy cores and, like, nonsense. So, like, the whole planet is kind of like that a little bit. But the Aurora Crescent is where things get really weird. And it especially gets funky because, oh, you know, that's very convenient. Huh, cool. Just gonna nudge you over just a smidge. I realized that part of this part of the UI, like, kind of it shows part of my file structure, but thankfully my face is currently obscuring it. Might just move just a little bit over, just to be a little bit more careful, I suppose. The Aurora Crescent is like, how do I even describe the Aurora Crescent Tower? Fuck it, I'm not gonna try to give any comparisons, I'm just gonna go. So the Aurora Crescent Tower is a place of science and learning, and it's very oddly laid out, because... oh, where's that dice spread? I have so many dice spreads of, like, dice clouds that I've rolled. Where are you? The Aurora Crescent Tower, things get real fucking weird. Because, here they are. They get real weird because it's very, like, science-y and science fiction, and it's where, like, a lot of the researchers are. But the specific... the way that the tower is structured is that the ground floor is in the realm of soul, which is essentially the prime material plane, like, adjacent, or, like, correlative. I'm going through and I'm stripping out any, like, references or, like, similarities, like, 5e structures as I can, because I'm tired of Wizards of the Coast fucking everything. This is how the, so the prime material plane, the soul realm, and that's where the ground floor of the tower is in this world. Every other floor of the tower, well, technically the whole tower is in this world, but the ground floor is always in this realm. The other 16 floors constantly rotate, and due to the way that they rotate, each segment of the tower is like a giant disc, and the part that is lined up with the tower is within this reality. The parts that are not lined up with the tower are in one of the different dimensions of this world. So, like, I haven't decided on the exact order yet, but it's going to be something like, from... if I recall correctly, it's going to be the oldest dimensions are up at the top, and the youngest dimensions are towards the bottom. Because the way dimensions work in this world is funny, unsurprisingly. Shockingly, something about this world is odd or funny. Essentially, the whole, like, big, essentially, the Big Bang's part of a cycle in this world. And... Oh no, you cannot focus. If I roll over you and crush you, that's gonna be bad. Ugh. Pardon, my tablet pen fell off my desk. Yeah. Something like this, yeah. This is roughly the original Dice Cloud. Or rather, this is the original Dice Cloud. This is approximately how it was oriented whenever I first did, like, whenever I first traced. Like, whenever I first, like, went and, like, drew, like, outlined and drew all of the different continents and worlds. This is the dice spread that I did where I, like, natural 20s were capital cities, and, like, the kind of clusters determined land masses and whatnot. So that's how... So, I feel the whole, like, making things as randomly as possible. Feel that. I also enjoy doing that. But, succinctly, the Big Bang is the start of a cycle, which ends with a great collapse. Naturally, like, without any sort of interference, this cycle will just continue. It'll just be, there will be a Big Bang, eventually that universe will die, and then it'll cause the great collapse, which will refocus down everything into a singularity, and then it'll explode again. And it'll just keep happening. However, a while ago, whenever a great collapse happens, it creates an echo, which is a copy of a previous dimension. Or it is, an echo is a snapshot of the world as it was during that iteration of the universe. So there's currently 16 echoes, and then the Realm of Soul, so there's currently 17 dimensions. I haven't figured out the exact order, but I do have, like... Actually, have I figured out an exact order? Let me check 1 second. Echo of the Divine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I only have 8 echoes currently, I believe. Some of them are, like, more... What would be the word? Oh, no, I do have all of them. Cool. At least I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes, I do. Cool. Though also, these are kind of, like, subject to change if I so decide, because this is my world. It's my planet, and I'll do what I want to. Anyway, so I don't have the order figured out, though. That's the main thing. So we have some of them that are very, like, obvious what they are. Like the Echo of the Angelic or the Echo of the Demonic. Name's kind of on the tin. Though with the very, very significant caveat that it's not like the Echo of the Demonic isn't like a plane of like unchecked evil. It's just an echo of the universe from whenever demons were the predominant like influence on the universe. Which that iteration of the universe is also where demons come from because of just how the system works. Similar to the Echo of the Angelic, you know, it's not that like, oh yes, this is the plane where everything is good and everything is wonderful. And it's just it's just the dimension where angels reside, where divinity resides. But it's not like a, oh yes, this is the good thing. There's also kind of, I'm still kind of working on what exactly I'm going to do with the afterlife. Because I have one afterlife figured out, but I'm debating on whether or not that's going to be Like, if I'm going to say that there's only one afterlife, or if it's going to be like a, oh, well, your soul goes to whatever god you worship, because the gods, like, they're malleable. Like, it is actively a high-level quest, like, a high-level quest objective is literally going to be, hey, like, kill some of these shitty gods and replace them with better people who aren't going to be as shitty and bad for people. So like, having them go to, like, the gods is kind of, like, I mean, I could, but, like, also, but then, what happens, because then I have to think of, like, okay, but then what would happen to the souls if, like, they do go to one of the gods, but then that god dies? What happens to all those souls, huh? Like, there's just so many things. So I kind of like the thought of just having the one afterlife that I've kind of designed, because the afterlife I've designed is really cool. It's called, the Canvas, because the goddess of death, currently, or the current goddess of death, is also the goddess of art. Which I guess technically, I guess Onkoi has kind of just become the afterlife deity. I should have something in mind for if something ever happens to Onkoi. Though I really don't want anything to happen to Onkoi. I love them so much. But essentially, currently the afterlife is the Canvas, which is basically a sprawling, an absolutely massive, titanically gigantic art museum. And every single piece, like, every single part of the canvas, from, like, the grain in the marble, the grain of, like, the grain of the marble, the weave of the carpets, the grain of the wood in the wall, the art pieces themselves, just every aspect of the canvas is formed and representative of a soul that existed. Essentially, the more complex a soul, the more complex an art piece that they end up having. So, this often increases with size, but not always. Like, there are some insects and creatures that do have, like, actually, like, complex art pieces as their afterlife, as opposed to, like, people, which generally people have more complicated, art pieces in the canvas than, like, like, the more, like, simpler life forms, but it's really just, it's complicated, and kind of depends. I also am now realizing I don't really... Considering, like, what... I haven't really thought too much about what it's, like, what being dead is actually like. Currently, I think I just like the thought of it just being, like, you just get to rest. Not that you're gone, and you can still be contacted if someone's like, I cast, speak with whatever, and I call back the soul of my long-lost granduncle or whatever. Be like, oh, yes, wonderful to see you. I have not read Discworld, so I do want to, but I've not yet read it. But I've heard it's good. I've heard it's very good. But yeah, so there's no, like, I mean, I guess there is one afterlife plane, but it's, or realm, but it's funky, and it's neither the echo of the angelic or the echo of the demonic. I really, really like some of the ideas I have for some of the echoes, like, so, like, some of them are, again, really simple. Echo of the angelic. Lots of angels, golden gates, etc. type of appearances, or types of, like, aesthetics and whatnot. Same with Echo of Demonic, but just inverted, like, lots of, like, really cool demonic aesthetics. Horns, wings, claws, fangs. Hey, we got some more people! Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying. I'm talking about my funny little world building, while I'm also making my funny little map. Some of the echoes, like, some of the other dimensions, some of the echoes are kind of more complicated in, like, their design. Like, like, I think one of the ones that I feel the most, the echo I currently have put the most thought into, there's two of them, which is the echo of oppression and the echo of the plane. Echo of Oppression, I kind of came up with because I was talking with my boyfriend about something, and I was thinking about, like, well, because, so, like, while I am trying to cut everything out, like, any sort of, like, D&D reference or styling out of my world, because I did originally build this world to do, like, Dungeons and Dragons specifically in, but less so now, because, again, tired of fucking Wizards of the Coast. But, you know, a lot of tabletop systems do have references to, like, hells and specific planes, or, like, types of realms and types of dimensions and whatnot. So I'm trying to, like, you know, do kind of just whatever I wish to do, but also kind of, like, keep in mind just have some things that could serve as stand-ins to be like, okay, well, you know, the 9 hells don't exist in this reality, but you could, like, you know, it could be that, you know, your dad had an affair with someone from the Echo of Oppression, and so that's why you're a tiefling, or that's why you're a fiendling, because your dad made a sketchy bargain with someone from the Echo of Oppression, which is essentially kind of like a vaguely hell correlative. That's fair. I started building this world aeons ago. It's just the ADHD makes it hard to focus. That, and also, like, I was running a game in this world, but then just kind of, like, life happened. And we ended up, like, just not being able to continue playing for a while. And just now, like, we only have, like, we have now fully lost, like, essentially everybody except for me and 2 other players. So it's just kind of like, But, my polycule, however, is very interested in, like, playing in a game set in my funny little world. So, I am, you know, kind of trying to get it kickstarted, trying to get back into it to, like, you know, just get it ready so I can, especially because I have some fun little thoughts for some ideas. But yeah, very much fuck D&D and fuck Wizards of the Coast. I do still have a current 5e game I am in, because it started back in, like, 2018, and I would like to see the story through, because I'm really proud of the progress we've made, and I'm really excited to see the conclusion, which we basically have, like, we are in our final arc, because we've already saved the world. Honestly, we're kind of, like, in an epilogue arc, because, briefly, my character started the campaign as a very, very typical canon drow. By canon, I mean, like, had really shitty opinions of, like, everyone who wasn't a guy, or everyone who wasn't a girl, everyone who wasn't a drow, just, like, everything, like, all of, like, the general shittiness that drow have been taught. My character was, you know, she was drinking the Kool-Aid, because she was the princess, so, like, she kind of had to be. At least she was very raised to be. But she died, and once she died, her, yeah, fair. But so she died once due to complicated things, and when she died, Lolth was an absolute bitch, and just did all sorts of horrible things to her while she was dead, and kind of made her realize, oh, you've been lying to us this whole time. Oh, you bitch. So, like, since she eventually came back because of shenanigans. However, eternally hubristic, my beloved Iratulin. Her first idea, she came back, and her response to Lolth has been lying to us for aeons and has been manipulating us was not like, oh yes, let's just abandon our worship of her. No. In true drow fashion, her response was, oh, you have been fucking me and my kin for aeons. I'm gonna make you pay. as hard as I can. So, her plan then so essentially she went to her people and was like, which was honestly very convenient for her because Lolth had just killed her mom, who was, again, the Empress. And so she went to her people being like, my beloved people, we have had a complicated history of conflict and strife with others because of things that we have been taught and told, and things that have been expected of us by Lolth. Well, she just killed our Empress, my mother, and her dying words to me were, make that bitch pay. And I have also learned, since dying and seeing firsthand how she treats those that are left to her care, we have been lied to, I'll put it bluntly. However, I choose not to let this merely stand. So, worship me, and we shall bring her down, and then we will actually have a goddess looking after our best interests. And has just begun slowly working on becoming a god herself, which has gone surprisingly well. Though some parts of the narrative have actually made this a little bit easier, because apparently, one thing I didn't know going into this. Alright, cool. One thing I didn't know going into this is that apparently, due to just other cosmology things, one of the DM's plans was for the party to essentially not become gods themselves, but the original plan was to have us become, like, this planet has what are called aspects, which are kind of like, they're less gods and more guardian spirits that kind of, like, help take care of it for the gods, more or less. And the original plan was for us to, like, each become a different aspect. But, due to stuff and things, there's now only 2 of us as far as players go. So, instead of becoming aspects, it's just, we outright replaced, because we also have, like, an NPC who's been along with us for most of the ride. And so, rather than it being like a, yes, we, like, rather than it simply being that we are, aspects, it is now, like, we are actually just replacing the trio of gods because of just stuff that's happened. TLDR, Lolth manipulated and corrupted and made the gods fight one another, and so now the only way we could really help them was by, like, helping them get to rest. So as part of that, they handed off their mantles of power onto us. So my funny little drow who was, oh, my beloved, complicated little Blorbo. Like, she was trying to become a god under her own power, under just the power of her people's belief in her. Ended up becoming a god in other aspects, too, because the fucking goddess of the planet was like, hey, what if you were a god now? More or less. So she's now both, like, the Scorpion Mother and also the Sufferer. It's also, like, she also was, like, grown a lot, because instead of just, like, yes, initially it was just, like, how fucking dare you lie and manipulate our people so long, whenever we have been nothing but faithful and loyal to you. But now, it's, while there is still parts of that, let's see, if I grab this, but if I hold shift, are you going to, interesting. However, she's chilled out and kind of, she's mellowed out a lot, and she's no longer kind of like a, like, while she is still going to kick Lolth's ass, she's no longer, like, wanting to do it for, like, spiteful reasons. Now she's wanting to do it because, like, she just wants to take care of her people. It's just, she wants to make sure her people are safe. She just wants to take care of them and ensure that nothing's going to hurt them, or like she just wants to take care of them now, essentially. And you know, she's like, she is still technically, she's going to be a death god, or slash is a death god, but she's also like, gods in that setting work differently than gods in mine. But essentially, she's now going to be a goddess of not just death and entropy and chaos, but she's also going to be a goddess of, like, mothers, of parents, of, you know, taking good care of your kids. Like, you know, her, like for example, initially her god title that she had chosen was Scorpion Empress, which she chose specifically because a lot of scorpions prey on spiders. However, since then, it's kind of shifted, and while she is still the, like, Scorpion's still in her title, now she's the Scorpion Mother. She doesn't want, like, she doesn't want to, like, rule with an iron fist and be feared. She just wants to take care of her people. This also definitely has, like, stuff to do with, like, me as a person changing. Just absolutely. That's a part of why things have changed so much. 100%. 1000%. But, you know, in character as well, it's just because her people have been through enough. She doesn't need to add more misery and struggle into their life. They've already had plenty of that. She just wants them to be happy and safe and protect them. So, she's a Scorpion Mother. Okay. So, let's see. We have... God, can I identify y'all off-site? Well, I don't remember that continent's name. Is it Shorim? Or is that Matichi? Oh no, Tazia was the continent. That's right, Matichi was the country. Oh, okay. Ah, fuck, am I gonna have to come up with new continent names? No, because I'm keeping the continents the same. Oh, but yeah, so, like, currently, where we're at in our game is, like, we're, like, all we have left to do in our game currently is Kickdown is, we're gonna go find, essentially, the place where Lolth is most powerful on the Prime Material plane, because she's unsa-fucking-prizingly, Lolth has started causing problems again. So we're going to go take care of the problem she's trying to cause. And then, after that, we're gonna go just fucking rock up to her domain and kick her ass. I've actually, like, my character, we've built an artifact. Because, like, again, originally, yes, it was very spiteful and very filled with loathing and hatred and desire for vengeance. But now it's significantly less of that because just... she has seen where that train of thinking has led her people, and she doesn't want to repeat that because she wants better for her people than what Lolth wanted for them. So, she's like, essentially, a big part of her personal philosophy is just trying to be as un-Lolth-like as possible. Because Lolth didn't take good care of her people. and she wants to take good care of her people. This is kind of reflected in, like, the device that she's made, like the MacGuffin that we've crafted. The DMs even refer to it as that's like, look, the promise is just a MacGuffin, so that once you all get the how do you want to do this on Lolth, you that's a very easily explained situation as to how did you do this thing, because, well, you've made something to do it. But the promise, it's not like a, we're going to kill, no. The promise is a small little pendant in the shape of a scorpion wrapped around a massive amethyst. And there are three primary... No, there are two structural large components to the promise. The first aspect is the Mother's Wrath, which is the silver scorpion that is holding the gemstone. Its function is every single segment of the scorpion's body has a different enchantment woven into it, and acts as a different layer of defenses, which I still need to actually go and figure out all of them, because it's like 42 some odd levels of defenses, or layers of defenses. But just give you a little taste. The first thing it does, like, okay, so there's the basic, like, there's like the basic defense of just, hey, like, the first ring of defense is essentially just a psychic ping saying, hey, this is a deeply dangerous artifact. If you are somehow holding this, something has gone wrong. You need to return this to the royal family of the Drow Empire immediately. Otherwise things could get bad. That's the first thing. That's the warning, essentially. The second thing it does, literally, like, step one, please put this down. Please put this, or, like, either please put this down, or put this where, or, like, bring this to the people who are supposed to be having it. That's the first step. Step two, instantly casts Maze on you, which, for those of you who are unfamiliar with 5e, it's essentially a spell for which there is no way to resist. You don't have an opportunity to resist it. It just happens to you, where it casts, and it shunts you into a different dimension that you can't escape unless you make a very hard to make check. It's also an altered version of the spell to where everybody who is affected by this defense gets sent to the same place instead of different places. That's the second layer of defense. They get worse. Because it's... Essentially, my design philosophy whilst designing this artifact was, hey, what if someone looked at the Tomb of Horrors and said, you know, that's easy mode. That's too easy to break into compared to, like, you know, I could put this in something like the Tomb of Horrors, but that's not enough security. For those of you who know what the Tomb of Horrors is, like, just give you an idea. For those of you who don't know, Tomb of Horrors is, like, one of the most fucking lethal, difficult to get through and survive modules in D&D history. Both the original and the 5th edition version are incredibly difficult. Though the 5th edition version is made easier by just the mechanical differences between 1st edition and, like, 2nd edition or whatever it was that the tomb was first created in. But it is a nasty piece of work. And the promise, it's not out of, like, malice that Irei has so many defenses around it. It's just because she does not want anyone even trying to let Lolth out of this until she says so. Because that's another thing. She's not trying to, like, imprison Lolth forever. She's just trying to imprison Lolth until Lolth will agree to no longer try to constantly fuck over everybody and everything. Always. Essentially, it's going to be, like, it's designed to be essentially like a therapy ball. It's just like a, alright, we're giving you... The promise is essentially, cool, for your crimes of being a major bitch and hurting, like, our entire civilization, your punishment is, how is it, court-ordered, anger management, therapy. More or less. Not literally, but, like, just that sort of thing where it's like, hello. You are not doomed to be here forever. You just have got to chill out before we let you out, because we cannot allow you to do the things that you were doing before. Because again, Irate does not want to be like Lolth. And Lolth would either kill someone, turn them into a Drider, or lock them away forever. So Irate doesn't want to do that. She wants to make sure that, like, she wants to at least give Lolth the option. Now, sure, this may be a little bit like a, okay, sure, Lolth does have a way out, but it, like, requires something that she would never do. Therefore, Irate is functionally locking her away forever. That's fair. But, you know, it makes Irate's conscience feel better to know that she's at least... She is not consigning Lolth to imprisonment forever, necessarily. She's just consigning Lolth to prison forever if Lolth decides that she would rather stay in prison forever instead of cooperate. But she really doesn't want Lolth to stay there forever, genuinely. She just also wants Lolth to not hurt her people. Because her people have been hurt enough by Lolth. So there's the Mother's Wrath, which is like, you know, Silver Scorpion with like 42 some odd segments, and each one has a different, very powerful enchantment on it that has some sort of fuck-ass, dangerous defense mechanism on it. The Amethyst also has 8 black orbs in it, because the Amethyst used to be Irate's left eye. That, as part of the creation of this artifact, she literally plucked her eye out of her socket and used it to create this artifact. Each of the pupils can house a different creature. And if a pupil is empty, once someone has like hit that portion of the defense mechanisms, if one of the pupils is empty and somebody triggers it, they get sucked into that pupil. There's a saving throw for it, but also her spell save DC as a god is fucking north is, I think as a god, her DC just becomes outright 30. So it's like, hello, you can resist this, but good fucking luck. And then like inside, it's also like has a funny little thing on it where like, you can't just put an anti-magic, you can't put it into an anti-magic field and like be like, haha, the magic, no. It has funny god magic on it that will say, cool, oh, you've brought me into an anti-magic field? Your anti-magic field gets canceled out. Like, it just, cool, I break the anti-magic field. Oh, you cast it again? I automatically counterspell your anti-magic field at 9th level. Like, it is just very, very meticulous in its planning. If you manage to somehow get inside, you instantly die, probably. Because inside, the first place you appear has, like... I'm a big fan, if you couldn't tell from some of the things I've said. Big fan of Crit Roll. Big fan of Matthew Mercer. I like a lot of his DMing style. Him and Brennan are both kind of seem like they're both, like, more rule of cool DMs, which I am a huge fan of, because I'm here to have fun and tell good stories with my party and my friends. I'm not here to, like, you know, fiddle over rules and whatnot and stuff. But part of the defenses, because we're using his Dunamancy spells in our setting, that due to being a drow, my cleric has. Despite being a cleric. But, oh no, I don't want it that close, because I don't want it to be hard to move later. Right. When you walk in, there's... I forget how many damage types there are in 5th edition, but there's however many that is. I think it's like 13. There's 13 black holes. Aha, I've gotten through the defenses, I've made my way into the eye itself. Cool. You're now in the middle of 13 different black holes, each of which is a different element. Or, like, each one deals a different kind of damage. Good luck. Also, like, if I recall correctly, I think it's also, like, the whole inside of the prison is, like, anti-magic, except for Ire's magic, so it's, like, you know, some Archmage, I'm going to cast invulnerability on myself, then I'm going to go into the thing and I'll be fine. They teleport in, their invulnerability gets immediately dispelled, and they just vaporize due to the 13 black holes. If you somehow manage to survive that, there's, like, essentially a hallway. Oh god, it's fucking nuts. It's... The closer you get to Lulth, like, there's like a thing that essentially is trying to, like, psychically will you, like... It's trying to psychically convince you to, like, leave this place. Because at any point, if you're on the inside, at any point, you can just will yourself out. At any point, you can just be like, nope, change my mind, I'm gonna back out. At any point, once you're inside, you can just do that whenever. That's fine. If you're wanting to leave, Ira lets you leave. That's fine. It's not a problem. But as you get closer to, like, the actual, like, viewing chamber, because also, spoiler alert, there's not really, even if you get inside the ball, there's no way to actually get to Lulth. Lulth is, like, contained in basically, like, a pocket dimension inside a pocket dimension that's hidden inside of Ire's head, basically. So, like, if you get to, like, the center of the prison of the Promise, there's basically just, like, a visitation room, essentially, kind of. It's like a visitation room. It's more like a visitation Skype call, honestly, or like a visitation Zoom call for those of you who are too young to remember what Skype is. I don't think that's actually a thing. I think everyone still knows what Skype is. I hope. I don't think Skype's been that badly fucked over. I could be wrong, though. But yeah, so it's like, because it's I believe it starts at, like, DC, like, 10 or something, but as you get closer to the viewing room, it makes you relive more and more and more and more of the horrors that Lulth has done. And so, like, and then also it gets harder up until the final part where it's her actual full spell save DC. And then the final door is even worse, because the final door, you touch it, and again, the whole inside is just anti-magic, except for the magic of the royal family. When you touch the final door, it shoots you with 13 9th level disintegrate beams. Like, it's not even meant to be fair. It's meant to be unfair. It's meant to be impossible to break her out of. Because Iri doesn't want Lulth doing her old tricks. So. I have a lot of fun talking about my funny little thing. But yeah, so that's fun. Discussion of my funny little cleric complete. Be right back. I'm just gonna grab a cold drink. Yeah, it's fine. I'm probably still audible, because I do not have a very big apartment. Actually, I'm going to actually take a very quick bio break, because body's saying that it needs it, so. Fine, I'll actually just write it. Alrighty. Let's get back to it, shall we? I have no idea if that's even audible or not, but here we go. Oh, fuck, I forgot the drink. Alrighty. Ugh. And we're back. I'll put you for sake of stuff. Am I still too warm? We shall find out. We shall see. Let's go and swap you up because you may have condensation versus you should not have condensation because you're a warm drink. Alrighty. You know, let's see. Overlay, grid, square. Okay. Sure, this seems like a... How you two... These two continents are staying where they are because they were like the first two I redid, and I spent a lot of time on those two, so I'm gonna leave those two where the fuck they are. Not moving those. Nope. Cannot be convinced to. I just, no. Not moving them. Not today. The stars can't. Not today. But, let's see what else. I think, let's see. Can I fucking label these bitches? No. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Okay. Gonna do a little bit of some silly, small silly shenanigans. Symbols, go the fuck away. I love you, but go the fuck away. Okay, land brush, get really, really small. Somebody, overlay, let's drag you just slight. Oh, can I not drag you? Oh, it might help if I'm on the actual overlay thing. Can I drag you? Let's see, when... I want like nice big chunky squares. But I want them to kind of fit perfectly, if that makes sense. I don't really want any, like... I don't want any, like, half squares. You'll do. You'll do. Okay, so, well, what we're going to do is go back to land. Gonna go to the land brush. Gonna make this kind of small. How big are you? I'll make you a smidge smaller. I said a smidge, not a skosh. Yeah, that'll work. So, let's see. 1, 4, 5, 7. Actually, this bottom one's going to be disqualified from having any land masses in it. Honestly, so is the first one, because the top one already has the Sea of Civilization. Or no, the top one has the Sea of Shards, the bottom one has the Sea of Civilization, so I don't need to put anything else in there. So... And then... Okay, so let's see. And then we have how many? We have then land masses. We have you know what? I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this. You're gonna be able to not see the exact thing I'm doing for a second, but I'll be like you. It's gonna be fine. Gonna take a screenshot of this. Gonna open this up in Paint, and then just label all the land masses in there, because that'll be simpler than like labeling them and then redoing them later. The pencil, give me that. Give me a chonky pencil. That's a little bit too much of a chonky boy. Actually, I guess here. Let's see. I'm in control of this stream. I have the power to make change. Let's see, where are you? Boop. Boop. Cool. Yeah, alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 6. Oh, no, you belong to you. Oh, no, you belong to you. You don't belong to anyone. So, yeah, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so now how do I want to do this dice rolling? I guess I could take each landmass and roll for its height. Is there a little cursor showing? Oh no, I guess it doesn't show the cursor. I should tell it to capture the cursor. Capture cursor. Yeah. I like capturing cursor because then it lets you all see kinda, yeah, what I'm doing. Alright, cool. Okay, so yeah. Okay. This could work. Alright, let's grab out some dice. I have fun things that you all don't normally get to see. Or rather, you all get to see, but it's normally in like the background. So show you all some things you don't normally get to see in use. For example... Oh, nope. Don't spill the drink I just made. That would be very unfortunate. So, first up is my little deck box that I made. I mean, well, I didn't craft. Okay, so this is it's the box that a dice scroll came in, i.e., like a soft surface that I can unroll and roll dice on. And I added little pads onto the bottom so that it's even and resting like this. So that I can use this kind of like a little dice box with a little backsplash. It's very handy, very useful. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, so 6, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we'll roll d6s and then a d10. Because I am myself, let's see. I'll get out my shadow die, my gay die, my trans die. I have so many trans dice. Do I have... That's deeply... Oh, I didn't label you. Oh, oops, I didn't label you. So you should be... Me trying to figure out how to write while my tablet's not actually in my lap. Yeah, you should be 15. Do I have 15 d6s? I might have 15d6. Well, no, correction. I definitely have 15d6. Do I have 15d6 in this thing, or will I need to get it more? Because I don't... If I would need to get it more, I don't. I'm not going to bother. I'll just roll per thing. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 66. Which is not bad. I think I could use that to cast Lightning Bolt, if I recall. But... what a cruel system if it's like... Well, you're 3rd level, but you don't actually own 66, so, like, you actually can't take the Fireball spell because you don't have enough dice as, like, an actual person. Fucking annoying-ass group to play with. In my book, at least. Like, I'm sorry, I thought we were here to have fun. Note, actually I haven't ran into that, so, like, I don't know if that actually happens, but, like... if I can imagine it, it doesn't seem too unfathomable that somebody like that would actually exist. Okay. Honestly, I don't have quite enough dice to bring... so I'll just do one of each. I'll bring my Shadow die, my Trains die, and my Gay die. Or I guess my Irie dice. I have a couple of different dice sets that I've gotten. Oh, hello. Nope, behave. I just wanted to turn your light. Behave, I said. Gosh darn it. I told you to behave. I know you're kind of precariously approached because I don't have a proper camera stand, but fight me. I got this one dice set for Irie specifically because it's called Heretic's Glory. I don't know if it'll show up too well on camera. But it's like a nice purple. And there's like little gold flecks, like gold flakes in it. It's called Heretic's Glory from, I believe it's Everything Dice? And just... it's a very nice dice set. I also have these from Everything Dice. Or at least the same dice vendor. I forget what they're called, but... it was like a queer... it was a... the... proceeds from these ones went to a queer charity. Kind of like our charity in the description below. If remember, so please, speaking of charities, please don't forget to check out the Hope Spotlight in the description below. All of these are, like, all the Hope Spotlights are people who desperately need help, but, today's Tropical Scream, and she has, like, a deadline. So we're trying to really help her out so that she can get into a better place before the end of January, because otherwise she's going to be in a very rough spot, and I don't want that for her. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to help her myself, but if any of you can take a look and maybe share to people who could help, please do so. But alright, so we'll just go down the line here. So for Lictel, I guess we'll do the Shadow die, because... actually, do I have another d6 that I like less? No, that's fair, because I do like all my dice. Alright, let's go with the Shadow die. It's most thematically fitting. Okay, so 2... I am going to, however, need to relabel my chart, because otherwise, if I don't relabel my chart, every single time I'm going to have to count manually which ones are which. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 8, 9. Okay, so for Lictel, we have 2. Fuck you too, Lictel. We have 2, 2. So that would be do. We'll put number 1 right here. I'll write their coordinates next to them so that we know where they're going. But I just Luternar. I'll go with the gay die because they're fruity little elves. 3, 4. That's kind of funny. 3, 4. For Shorim, I think that's Shorim. Do. Oh no, that's Hyakus, I believe. Hard to tell whenever all the labels have been just moved so far away. Just everything's been moved so far away from where the actual labels are. But anyway, you're going to be... So you're lots of stuff. So, well, I haven't used my trans dice yet, so let's use that one. Why not? I'm also going to move the rolling tray over here so that I'm talking less, like, away from you all whenever I'm talking at it. So, gonna be... Ah! Fucking stars. Dice, don't be making my disabled ass, like, bend over, please. Alright, so... Okay, 1. I need you to be somewhere in the higher end, pretty please. Okay, 2, 4... Let's see, you're gonna be 2, 2. That's gonna be here. Two, 4 is gonna be... Yeah, that should be fine. Hopefully. So... 2, 4... A small little coastline area, which would most ideally go next to another, like, larger landmass, but who knows. Ooh, okay, we've got some new numbers that we haven't seen before. Cool, we got a 5, 6. Ooh, a 5, 6. Not bad. Pretty decent power and toughness. I'm so sorry. My girlfriend works for a Magic the Gathering place, so... You know how that be. Okay, 6, 9. Nice! I didn't even think... that's really great. Interesting. Okay. 6? Let's do you and you. Nope, you're the same set. Let's do you and you. Do we already have a 4, 4? No, we have a 2, 4. Let's see, 4, 4. Oh, wait, I'm not doing... What am I thinking? I'm not doing numbers for you, because you all aren't moving. You're not allowed to move. So, 4, 4... Oh, yeah, you're really easy. Hell, I'm gonna be honest. If nothing else gets placed near there, that's fine, because that's... Or even if somewhere else gets placed in that same spot, that's such a small thing to shove in there, that's not a problem. Alright, okay, well... Queenway, you're mostly run by a trans woman, so... Well, yeah. Your largest country is run by a trans woman, so... You would not fit... I need you to be a higher number because that would not fit... Okay, there we go. That's better. Ooh, 5, 6. 5... 5, 6, you say, huh? That's not that far from where it is now, so that kind of works, actually. Also, Sahel Keegan? I don't know how to address you. I realized you asked how to address me. I did not return the favor. Sahel Keegan Pinto. Unsure how to pronounce that, but I think that... If I am butchering it, it shouldn't be by much. Also, small ASMR thing, because it's so good. I love the sound of dice. Alright. Ooh, you know, I have plenty of dice out already, but I especially... This next place I'm rolling for has kind of a little special place in my heart, so I'm going to roll special dice for that. Why did I get out a d20? I don't need a d20. just having the ice D6, that'll be fine. For my poipuses. You are... Oh, 6, nice. I call this my ice D6 because it kind of looks like an ice cube, and also it's a bitch and a half to read. Oh, cool! It's a very pretty name. A very cool name. I like it. Did I get it? Was I pronouncing it, like, even in the ballpark of correct? Oh, right, so that one was a 6, and... Oh, okay, cool. Ooh, 6, 8, okay. I don't know. How do I even say this without tooting my own horn? 6, 8... I really like linguistics and languages, and a lot of my interests involve other languages than the one that I speak, so I've learned how to pick up, like, different pronunciation patterns, and also, like, I've read a lot of shit with a lot of different types of naming conventions, and so it's just, like, it's not that hard for me to, like, kind of look at it and be like, okay, I think I can get this. At least as long as it's written in Roman characters. I'm working on other things, but... Pinto. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know, Pinto. Alright, 9. Let's see. You're the fucking... Ugh. So I have one island that I haven't figured out, like, much, like, about it. But I do have, like, one place that I already dislike. How do I phrase it? It's a delightful bit of world building. God, do I hate the people I'm putting there. Because there's this one little place that's going to essentially be, like, an elven crypto bro area where it's bad. It's a bad time. Oh, what's your online name? If you would like to share. Well, you're 5'6". So... Let's see. Very briefly... I'm gonna very briefly recreate the grid here. Oh, Void and Hearth. Ooh. In my head, I would pronounce that Sholael. Is that correct? Or Sholael? I think Sholael is how I would do it because of the AE. A lot of the AEL names I've seen have it kind of like... have the A and the E separated. Or not like separated, but it's like, you know... just like, you know, like, for example, Samael, or like Shulael. Where it's like an A, like a... Oh! You know, that's fair. That's fair. It's not really meant to be pronounced. What a mood. To a certain degree, Huthrouge is kind of similar, but that's more just in a, like, this is a weird eldritch language that I made, so I don't expect others to be able to pronounce it type of situation, other than, like, a I don't want people to try to pronounce it, if that makes sense. Okay, so if you're gonna be centered on 5, 6... Oh gosh darn it. Back on this layer. Thank you. Okay, so if you are centered on 5, 6, that would look kind of... Aw, that's really cute. Aw, that's really, really cute, actually. Oh, I love that so much. Oh, okay. MS Paint, I really need you to fucking behave. Okay, I'm centering you on 5, 6. That would be approximately here. So 5, 6, then 1.5, 1.5. Okay, 1.5, 1. But I'm kind of okay with it not being perfectly centered, because otherwise that's going to get a little close to the... That's going to get a little close to the South Pole, and that could be a problem. Nope. Oh, MS Paint. Oh, MS Paint. Okay, so then with you being at 6'8", or 6'10", yeah, I still don't really think that's gonna work, bud. There's just not enough space for you right here. I mean, I guess if I moved you, because I guess it doesn't have to be centered, it just has to be, like, connected to? Let's see, 5... I think this could... Okay. I might be able to make this work. At least technically, that did get a 10, so I should re-roll that technically. Alright, hope you have a good day at work. Thank you for chilling out and hanging out. It's been nice talking to you. You're very welcome. Thanks for stopping by. I hope work is kind to you, because I know work can be bullshit. So, hope you have a wonderful day. ahead and reroll you. Okay, 6-1. That's also not viable. That is a... that is solidly spoken for. That's the same bloody number. So I guess, honestly, most of 6 is kind of just spoken for. So oh, or 5 and 6 are kind of just spoken for. So I guess really I should just be rolling 1d4 for this, because anything below a 5... Yeah, because anything... Yeah, okay, I'm gonna switch to d4s in a second. 1... 6? 1-6 could work. I could work with 1-6. One, 6. Honestly, let's let's do this a little bit. So hey, I look forward to seeing you around. You are probably already gone, but so 2-2, so 2-2's here. Then what is... Do you have a shortcut? Oh, control! Cool, I'm familiar with that shortcut. Okay, and then... If I do... Oh, cool, I can just hit S and it toggles between the two of you. Delightful, wonderful. Okay, so then... You're gonna go... on 3... 4... So you're centered on 2-4, so 1, 2, 4. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. And then, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. You all shouldn't have been connected, but that's fine. I'll worry about that later. Oh, there's a 16th landmass! I forgot about you. Oh, right. So, okay, so you're that, and then... Yeah. Cool. Okay, and then... let's see. 5, 6... 5, 6, 7, 8... Brain, we are truly full of just silly references, aren't we? So you're going to 5, 6. So 5. Ooh. Wait, were you also 5, 6? Do I need to re-roll you? Oh, I do need to re-roll you. Cool. Well, You were rolled first, so technically speaking, you have prior claim. So okay, so all right. Also, I'm done rolling for the crypto. I'll leave the crypto bro dice out just in case. Also, to be kind of clear, I don't actually have crypto bro dice. I just chose 2 of my smallest dice and decided to roll those for the crypto bros. Only reason I called them that. God, I love dice a lot. I would probably burn them if someone gave me like actual crypto bro dice. I would die. Be like, cool. Why the fuck did you think I would like this? I don't have that. Like, I have questionable tastes. That I won't disagree with. But I don't have taste that bad. 4, 9. God, someone gave me dice where, like, the highest numbers are all, like, apes or something. Ugh, God. Thanks. This is literally worthless. This is worth literally nothing. Okay, so 4, 9. So that would be 4. I mean, I guess I can't really center it on you, but can I even move you over far enough to where, like, you're not taking up 5, 6? I knew this was going to get a little funky whenever I started, so. Because admittedly, you're a small... Like, you're a very small little landmass, so... You're not going to be hard to, like... Five, 6... also gonna bump you up just... Nope. Give it a little bit more breathing room? Okay. You're not moving. You are teeny tiny. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. Nope, that's not what I told you to do. Or I guess technically that is what I told you to do, but that's not what I meant to tell you to do. 4, 4? Okay. Ooh, 4, 4. We're making great time. This is such a dumb joke. Yeah, this one might get a little tricky. I might need to rotate this one to get this one to play nice with the way that the dice, to play nice with the dice. Oh, impossible! He dimensioned the dice perfectly! Believe it! That's the wrong franchise. Oh, actually, delightful. Just quick check to make sure my polycule's fine. Oh, my beloveds. Oh, I seem to be so far having the best day out of my polycule. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been having a very nice day, but like... Youngest is having a work day that just won't seem to end. Middle is having some rough time with sleep, which I feel that. I had a very rough time with sleep last night. Sleep is not my friend. Oh. Okay. Okay. So, have you? Let's see. You're where the ley line of darkness is. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll my shadow dice for you. So 3, 2, 3. Yeah, that works just fine. That works perfectly, actually. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 2, 3, so 2, 3. Okay, nice. I'm not like trying to trace it perfectly. I'm trying to get it pretty close, that way I don't have like huge bits. Huger than necessary bits taken out. Well, I just got 2-3. Now get ready for 3-2. So 2-3. I guess actually I should leave the other ones unhidden. That way I know. Which landmass were you? Oh, you're Amber. You're Orxas. Oh. God, what an amount of continental drift. Fucking hell, going from up here to over here. I think I'm going to need to move you. You're just too... Yeah, there's just not space right there for you, unfortunately. I'm really sorry. I know that that's where we rolled. I know that's what the dice said. However, that's just... There's not space for you right there. 6-2 has the exact same problem. Hello, welcome to the stream. Today's another Hope stream, which means if you check out the Hope Spotlight below, you'll see the link to the donation campaign that is currently going. Currently, the one we're featuring today is Tropical Scream from Tumblr. She's having some real issues because landlords are fucking dicks, unsurprisingly. But check her out if you can. Currently, what I'm doing is I'm doing world generation, and I'm rolling dice to determine where landmasses are gonna go. Gosh, I'm really sorry, because that just doesn't... Talking to the landmass, that, once again, just does not... There's not space for you there. Alright, I need to kind of switch... Well, actually, 5 and 6 have more real estate open up now, actually, so... That is what I rolled for you originally. Shadow dice, please behave with me. 5... You know... 2... It's still 2... It's unfortunately still 2, Yeah, that's it's gonna be too close to other things, unfortunately. Is there anywhere in 2 that has... Should I just take 2 out, actually? There's space where it might work. Possibly. Can I... Let's see, where are you? Oh! Wait, can I? Oh, I can! Okay, cool. I was a little worried I wouldn't be able to rotate something to realize that I maybe just shot myself in the foot. But that's fine. I have a very, very, very simple little setup here where I roll 1 dice to see where it's located vertically and 1 die to see where it's located horizontally. Okay. You know, it's kind of funny, actually, because this is... Okay, 1-1. You know... Alright. That's, honestly, you know, That's hilariously close to where you started, actually. But, you know? You fit there, so why not? And it also actually kind of, from like a stereotypical view on fantasy and elements, it would make sense for the Leyline of Darkness to be close to the Leyline, or close to the island full of lich bullshit. But this is not a world which plays by the typical rules of fantasy things. Are all of you revealed? Okay, I'm actually going to... Can I select multiple of you, actually? No, I cannot. Okay. Oh, I still need to place you. Fuck. Okay. Right, that's part of why I was hiding these when I wasn't actively done with them. Because sometimes they hide things. Then you all are empty. Currently, we are working in MS Paint, but this is a temporary affair while I plan things out. 6-8. Yeah, I'm unfortunately, bud. Yeah, I'm gonna have to re-roll you, because... Oh man, that's really unfortunate, because I like you too. I like you a lot, and I don't feel like I don't act... Well, actually... Actually, no. No. Actually, no. Because I like you, and it'll be easier for me to re-roll for this one than it will be for me to re-roll for you. Congratulations, you have usurped another place's location, kind of. Not really. But we will be returning to you. For now, you... 6-8, so you'll be... Will you fit perfectly inside this little box? No, not quite. That's fine. Perfection is unnecessary. Oh, and it makes sense that you would be in the global... I mean, it makes sense you'd be that far down, because the South Pole and whatnot and so forth. Though I guess technically this does mean... In my actual map, I do need to change how I have the North and South Poles done. Because they wouldn't appear like that, because this isn't... This map doesn't do the weird stretching thing that our maps do, because of whatever the weird imaging system is. I forget what it's called, but there's a thing with it where it's like... Ah, yes, due to the vertical distortion of the Hazarfraz method, then this makes certain land masses appear smaller and some appear larger, depending on how close they are to the equator, or whatever the situation is. This map doesn't do this. This is just actually like a proper, like, one-to-one, this is how far the maps, this is how far it looks. I don't understand why we still use the weird little stretchy method. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I just don't understand what it is. It's something, I know it's something to do with, like, just the issues of, like, flattening a map of a sphere. Like, I know it's something like that, I just don't remember what it is. Okay, okay, so I'll do the fire die for you. I'll do the fire die for you, and I'll do the rainbow die for you, because Matichi just sounds like a really fruity name to me. 6-4, Jesus Christ. 6-4. Actually, it might... Fuck me. Six, 4. You know, if I rotate you... Hmm. Six, 4. You. Yeah. You technically fit here, but it's kind of awkward. Awkward. Yeah, it's something about that is unsatisfying to me. Oh, also, I'm using a fire die because this like darkened section of this continent is a volcano. A very volcanically active area. Ah! Little dice, where did you go? Little die. You're just a little die. Don't you want to come out and play? This is gonna hurt. Ugh. Oh, there you are. Found you. Oh, come on. Oof! People really didn't like me standing up, apparently. Me stands up to do something. Viewer count 0. Oh well. Three, well, technically a reroll because it's a 10. 3. Oh, well. Hmm. This is a teeny tiny little place. Gosh, something really did just scare off everyone for some reason. No. Yeah, let's see, 3-5? Hey! Welcome! So you got a couple, oh cool, so you got a new viewer. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're doing a hope stream, which means that if you check out the description below, why the fuck is there 2 of you? Wait, what? They duplicate you somehow? Okay, no, just something weird's happening. Anyway, but this is a hope stream, which means if you check out the description below, there will be a link there to someone's mutual aid request because, well, things are looking rough for a lot of us in the queer community, and I'm trying to do what I can to help bring attention to those who are in need so that hopefully we can get them the help that they need to hopefully make things a little less rough for our queer siblings. 3-5. Yeah, this could work with some finagling. If I, like, rotate that a bit. Yeah, that'd be really close. Do I really want it to be that close? Oh, God. So, okay. Just had a cursed thought flash through my head, because for slight context earlier, I mentioned how this is a fantasy world, but it's fantasy, but in the same kind of sense that like Shining Force and other like older video games would be like, ah yes, this is a fantasy world. However, there's like weird high-tech things that are like high-tech and like weird and like steam-powered and shit, and it's like, yes, this is a fantasy setting, but also here are robots with lasers, and like, here are these enemy units that have guns. Hey, did you want to have somebody who's in a mech suit? Well, guess what? You can. So, futzing around with things. Oh, and so, given that circumstance, there is because I think it's funny, there is a 1-3. Oh yeah, 1-3 will work just fine. I think. I can't seem to remember the past 3 hours of my life, but I'm sure that'll sort itself out. I'm gonna just do a little bit of actually cleanup to just make it slightly easier for dimensioning things. Am I really just going to refer to like fitting things into tight spaces as dimensioning things? Perhaps, who knows? Oh, but I think it would be very, very funny to have like. So okay, so bear with me. I was just thinking about world building things the other day. And just, like a fucking bolt of lightning from Zeus himself, a thought struck me that was, like, just a really snooty, really annoying elf being like, well, he wouldn't understand the investment potential in crypto because you're, like, a short-lived race, so you really don't understand, like, the potential for, like, a long-term investment like we do. And just having, like, an island area that's just, like, full of that's like full of elvish crypto bros. And so that's a thing that's gonna be extant. I don't know if it'll be actually like, I'm not sure if it's a thing that my players will ever actually interact with or like go towards, but just does exist because I think that'd be really funny. And you know what? I'm correct. It is really funny. Elves being the ones to invent crypto is one of the most cursed ideas for a fantasy thing I've ever thought of? Possibly ever heard of. I'll clean up some of these just to make it a little easier to squeeze things in around them. Oh, I've also had the very cursed slash accurate realization of like, so Elvish Crypto Bros, obviously some sort of like capital based system, which is not necessarily based on like, you know, share and share alike and helping one another, etc. sort of situation. Well, this huge ass desert country is run by a trans woman who is a satyr, fawn, whatever, goat lady, who her powers. So she uses her druid powers to make sure everyone is fed and housed and watered and taken care of. There's the deity that's basically the god of free healthcare, who makes sure that everybody across the planet is healthy and doesn't have to worry about, like... Yuaza essentially said, hey, privatized healthcare? Fuck that. Honestly? God. I hope YouTube doesn't just, like, instantly nuke my stream or channel for saying this. But I literally have a goddess who, like... If Yuaza were to visit this reality, she would instantly have gotten fucking... deny, defend, depose, just tattooed across her forehead. Because her whole thing is... She's the goddess of two things. Healing, that's her universal domain is healing, because everything heals over time. And her personality domain, her domain that's, like, based on who she was as a person before she became a god, is revolution. Because she was, I've talked about Yuaza a lot before, she was a mercenary. She was a mercenary medic for hire, and helped out, like, a lot of, like, revolutionaries and, like, just any cause that she thought, that she saw as, like, worthwhile and worth supporting, she would, you know, help them out. She'd be a field medic for them. She ascended... I'm gonna have to, like, slightly adjust some of my rules, because... Well, actually, no, I don't. I just have to... It just changes that she's not from this world, from this planet, and that's fine. But yeah, she ascended because someone happens to, like... Well, also, like, you know, there's every rule has exceptions. Every rule can be broken. But she ascended because someone tried to blow her and her patients up, and she just said no. Like, she just had enough willpower to just be like, no, your petty efforts will not stop me from taking care of these people. And so she ascended to godhood. I'm gonna have to figure out the exact specifics of the lore. But still, like, privatized healthcare, there's, you know, there are lots of things set up in this world that are explicitly designed because I wish things were designed that way in our world. And the fact that Yuaza has a temple whose whole thing is essentially, hey, you know, quite literally, give me your sick, your weary, your downtrodden, and I will heal them and take care of them. Literally her whole thing. Oh, right. But so the funny thought that I had was that, like, so the Crypto Bros, obviously, selfish pricks, clearly. Desert Country is communist. And there's also, like, I don't know what I'm gonna call it yet, but there's also like a collective of nations, not dissimilar to the EU, at least to my very limited understanding of the EU. But essentially, there's a collective of countries who essentially have all come together and be like, hey, anyone who wishes to join our collective can, and anyone who does join our collective will gain access to support from our mages to both take care of, like, mundane problems as well as magical problems, and, you know, can call on folk to be like, hey, we need, like, hey, you know, a hurricane hit our shores, and we really need help with relief efforts. Could you send, like, you know, could you send a mage this direction? Be like, sure, absolutely. Or like, hey, there's a hurricane headed our direction. Could you send one of Truelor's clerics over here and see if they can, like, direct it back out to sea or something, pretty please? Like, you know, just a bunch of countries that'll just, you know, they'll help each other out and help out others who decide to be like, hey, we like what you got going on. We'll help out with this whole cooperation thing. So that sounds wonderful. Needless to say, the Crypto Bro elves aren't part of that. And so it's really like a source of conflict just being like the Crypto Bros wanting to like take over part of the desert kingdom to use as like server space or something. Well, you're not making good use of it. It's just empty desert at the moment because you're not using it. So we just want to take some of it to use as like solar powers, like we just want to use it to absorb the power from the ley line of light to better power our crypto machines. And well, we're just making better use of it than you can. So I really don't see why you're so upset about it. Just fucking. Ugh. I was just giggling over the thought of, like, I think what it would be is, I think Lyanna, Grove Tender Lyanna, which is the leader of the communist desert country, I think Lyanna would just be like, you know, essentially, her first response to, like, hearing that they were, like, trying to, like, take some of her land would be like, well, I mean, do they have a good use for it? Wait, they want to do what with it? Okay, no, so the request is denied. No, they may not use this to power their weird currency farm thing. And then, like, if the party, and then, you know, like, an offer from, like, just, like, a job board somewhere being like, hey, keep an eye on this area for us. Make sure that no one, like, we have reason to believe this area may be, like, under threat of, like, invasion by some unsavory types. Please, you know, just stand guard for a couple nights. We think that's all we're gonna need. And then, like, I'm just imagining the crypto elves, like, escalating and being like, I don't know, just doing some proper dumb shit. And, like, trying to, like, get around Lyanna's decrees and around her mercy. And then just Lyanna, like, rocking up being like, hello. So I heard you wanted some of our land. Correct? Yeah? Did you receive my message denying your request? Yes? So why are you here on our land? 'Cause we wanted to use it anyway? I see. Will you leave peacefully? No, why should we? Well, you see, and then just like her eyes glow purple, and she just rips the bones of a leviathan out of the sea of sand. And like all of its bones and its eyes glowing purple too. Because if you don't, then you are going to be considered an attacker of our nation. And I don't respond to attacks to my kingdom very well. Because that's the thing about Lyanna. She's great. She's wonderful. She's this little bubbly ray of sunshine druid. However, she's also a necromancer of near unimaginable power. So fucking with her is very ill-advised. I love Liana so much. Easily one of my favorite Blorbos from this funny little setting. She's just, I don't know. I love something so much just about this little beam of sunshine druid who's also an incredibly powerful necromancer who's like, hello, we are here and we are happy to help anybody who we are happy to help anybody who asks for aid because, you know, like here in Liagerie, here in Uspar, that's what we believe in, helping our neighbors and taking care of one another. Then someone's like, I'm gonna take advantage of this. Liana, no the fuck you're not. Especially because, like, for Liana, taking advantage of her kindness doesn't mean, like, oh, I'm gonna, like, live off government welfare for, like, ever. Or, like, I'm gonna do whatever. Because that's the point. That's the goal, boo. Like, that's what she wants. She wants her people to have very nice, very enjoyable, easy lives. So, like, she has no problem with people who want to, like, come in. What she doesn't like is people who are like, cool, this is a very cool kingdom, this is a very cool, peaceful nation who doesn't, like, hurt people or, like, go to war or, like, want to do these, like, typical things. I'm going to take advantage of this and, like, invade or do other dumb shit. 'Cause then she uses her necromancer powers to raise the bones of ancient leviathans and dragons and just rips them from the depths of the desert to defend her country. I don't know. I like the funny overlap between necromancy and druid magic. Man, this is a lot of finagling things. Do I really want to have you right here? I could re-roll again. Yeah, I'm just gonna re-roll again, because it doesn't fit very well there. Okay, 8. This could be really good. You know, actually, hold on. This actually isn't a bad thought. Having this be here and then having a Sielag be there? I actually kind of like that thought. Hold on. Hold the phone. Very, very bad attempt at Shrek's voice. Now let's rotate it slightly? Yeah! Actually, I like that a lot. I like that a lot, actually. For a variety of reasons. Cool. I'm not going to merge you two for the very specific reasons of selecting either of you would then become a massive pain in my ass. So, we're going to move on to the next place that we need to situate. So we have 4 more to go. Deep Cliffs. Where do you want to go? Please be somewhere where there's actually space for you. Speaking of which, actually, here, let's go ahead and do this first. So that we just have everything on its own layer. So once again, hey, if you like, go check out our Hope Spotlight and see if you can help out. See if you can help out Tropical Scream. It'd be very cool of you if you did that. Whether you're watching this now or in the future. Go ahead and check out that link in the description below. Because there's a very good chance, given that Troppy is one of my trans siblings. In a community sense, not an actual, like, relation sense. But, very good chance that still gonna need help in the future. Because being trans in America is kind of hell. Doubly so if you're also, like, any other thing, like, disabled. Or neurodivergent. It's getting better, though. And hey, that's the important thing. It's all about hope. It's all about keeping that hope. I really should make a ley line of hope. Possibly. That would make a lot of sense for a world that I have created. Also, once again, shout out to Lo-Fi Geek for the copyright-free lo-fi stream, which is what we are listening to. I was gonna listen to Vila, but apparently using her music has gotten a little bit more complicated, and I don't super feel like actually, no, it wasn't that I didn't feel like it, was that I didn't have the time for it this morning. So I was like, okay, I'll do this. I'll maybe do, I'll do Vila's music. Because I like V. I like V a lot. But then, like, I went and looked, and there was just some new rules, or rather, the rules had changed. Because previously it was like, anyone, like, you're free to use any of my music, except for, or like, so long as it's not, one of the collaborations with, like, these, or these people. And there was, like, some bigger names, like, I think Monster Cat was one of them? Question mark. Don't quote me on this. I don't pay attention to music artists other than the ones that I enjoy, so I don't know people's names. I think it was Monster Cat, though. So I was like, okay, cool, I'll just go through, I'll just make sure that none of the songs that I want to use, are, like, Monster Cat songs. But then it was like, then it changed to now it's any song where she's the only credited artist, it's fine to go ahead and use. Anyone else, you need to make sure you have permissions from everyone. Which I don't think will be too difficult to do. Because to my understanding, Kuma and the other people that she tends to work with tend to be pretty chill. Because V is a pretty chill gal. Also, if you've never heard of Vila before, I highly suggest you go check out her channel, Vila Music. She's rad as hell, makes very good music, and has a very pretty voice. Okay, gonna get this one kind of cleaned up just a little bit so it's easier to place. Okay. And then I believe I've ripped every landmass off of this map. Except for you, because, well, you, and you, technically. But that's because y'all are staying where you are, so... I'm not gonna bother with messing with you all. Probably gonna stream for another, like, I'm probably gonna stream till I have at least... Well, let's see. How long am I gonna stream? It's a great question. Let's see, everything okay with the polycule? Well, that's fun. My girl thing has a funny little world that she's making, and she has it's full of just a bunch of funny little guys. Just full of so many funny little guys. And she's told me a lot about her funny little guys. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. And it just turns out that there's, some of her funny little guys that I have not heard about before. I'm just like, wait, and she's talking about on one of the servers, be like, hey, you want to hear about this, like, funny little thing? It's like, what do you mean this funny little thing? You've been telling me everything about this funny little setting, this funny little world, and this funny little place, and these funny little robots. What do you mean there's stuff that I don't know? I thought I knew just about everything about your funny little world. Turns out, no. No, just very roughly get just the shape of Lectil so that I know where it is. Obviously, there's like the Sea of Shards up here. It's just like, no, rather, there's the North Pole, and then there's the South Pole. And then there's the Dancing Pole. This is mostly a comedy. Okay, so... Deep Cliffs and Co. Where the fuck are you gonna go? No, that can't be a 5. Is 5 and 6 pretty well spoken for? Well, I guess, okay, that can be a 5. That just can't be that 5, because that is very well filled. 2, 8? 2... You know, let's briefly... Nope. Okay. Windows, you're fucking... Windows, your fucking labeling system is bullshit, and I don't understand why you made B the fill tool. Right, I can't just hit B and then drag, because that's not how this one works! Hello, we have some new viewers! Welcome to the channel! Or welcome to the stream! Doing what I'm calling a hope stream, where I feature different queer folks' mutual aid requests in the description, because I want to help out my queer siblings in the ways that I can, and I am broken and unemployed, so I can't donate directly, but I can at least hopefully get some more eyes on their things. So, if you have a moment, maybe check those out. Honestly, Dice, good taste. 2-8? 2-8? That's a perfect place to put this, actually. Ooh, Dice, Dice, you're cooking with this placement, actually. I've questioned some of your decisions, Dice, but honestly, you are cooking very well with this one. Cause like, ooh, and that, ooh, yes, and then this whole place can still be Boil Shore? Yeah! Oh, yeah. I love this. I love this a lot, actually. Cool. Alright. I believe Crypto Bro Island has already... Yeah, Crypto Bro Island has already been placed. Sorry, Crypto Elf Island. What a sentence. Which one are you? You're... Oh, I remember which one you are. You're more oriented like this, though. At least originally. Yeah, because you were... Yeah. Cool. Anyway, where are you going to be? Let's see. I'll go with the Trans Die and the Trans D10 and the Shadow D6. What we're currently up to is I'm, changing the layout of my fantasy world by using dice. Because I love dice a lot. Sorry, my gal, 5-6 is already taken. You could technically fit there. Barely. That'd be a bit crowded. Three, 6? No, try again. Again, well, I guess it's actually not too far from where you currently are. Oh, wait, yes it is. I guess, which of these... Slight issue is that, like, not every space is, like, filled, but... Not every space is filled, but there's, like, still... There's not, like, quite enough that I can just outright write off many locations. Well, that said... 7... Well, 8 and 9 are actually pretty... 8 and 9 are pretty solidly filled. So I think actually I'm gonna move down from D10s to D8s. Because I don't have as much horizontal room anymore. Where's my trans D10? Or D8? There we go. I have Shadow D8, Trans D8. Where's my Faggot D8? There it is. That die is just as gay as I am. Okay, so this one I believe we're just doing the Trans D6 and the Shadow D8. You could not have chosen a worse first thing to roll. Good grief. I mean, sure, this should probably work. Immediately rolls 5-6, which is not available. I could also just, like, make decisions instead of letting the dice determine everything, but I like using dice to determine things. It's fun, and it means less brain power for me to use. 6-6. Roll of the beast. Except for, not actually. I rotate you... Nope! That's not what I meant to do. Jesus Christ. Hearth and home. Okay, and then if we rotate this 90 degrees... can't rotate you, like, I can't fine-tune rotate you. What do you fit down there? No, my phone might go off soon-ish, because my girl Fang's about to get off work. Do I want something so close to the... No, that's not enough space. I guess I could use results that aren't going to work for, like... I guess I could save those and, like, give those to other things that might work better for them. I genuinely had not yet considered doing this. Okay. Nope, that's not gonna fit. Deep Cliffs is there. Ooh. Could you... Well, motherfucker. Do I just want to say that 6 is filled? Yeah, I'm just gonna say 6 is filled, which means we just have... yeah, so we're gonna... Yeah, okay, so 6s are just re-rolls. No. Motherfucker. The issue of once you get so far and many of the results are kind of dead results. Sweet void. And this is why we use a dice tray, ladies and germs, and all other configurations of being. Ladies and germs, wow, the 90s brain rot really is just setting in real hard for some reason lately. It's quite possibly because I was born in the 90s. Uses my phone as part of my setup to specifically cover up lights from part of something else so that it doesn't shine in my eyes. Okay, what if I did just make some decisions? That is within my power. Okay, I think actually, you know... Dice, I think you finally made a good decision. Where's my... There it is. Hey, it is officially time for my girlfriend to be off of work. Ooh, yeah, that could be fun, especially if I flip it so that the ice place is, like, upstairs instead of downstairs. Yeah. Okay, okay. I like how this is creating lots of, like, small seas and, like, rivers and, like, lots of waterways in this world. Also, this is kind of, like, just from a lore perspective, a lot of these placements actually do kind of make sense because, like, for example, Lichtel being right here makes sense because there is an underground... It's not like a secret... It's not a secret society for a variety of reasons, but, like, there is a... Okay, so this planet has layers to it. Like, there's the surface, there's the underground. I still haven't figured out a name for it yet, but there's, like, the underground. Surface, underground, a sea of molten silver, the silver lining, which is what separates the silver sea from the mantle, just some interior rock, and then the cores. Yes, I said cores. This planet has 24 fucking cores. Because I'm a mad woman, and I said so. But so, Lictil has, like, a group of fucking capitalists underground, literally underground, under Lictil. And just, like, it's kind of close to a bunch of other locations, so it makes sense, because they're, like... oh, what's your name? Where are my fucking... region notes? I have... Apologies for that. Should turn that down a smidge. My girl thing. I just can text her, let her know that I got her message, and respond a little bit. Yes. For anyone who heard who's wondering, yes, that is Murder Drone's music. Yes, that is my girl thing's ringtone that I have set for her. My neon. I love my neon so much. Girl thing's experimenting with a new name, and I am a massive fan. Shockingly, the bitch named Cuthrouge is very supportive of Fiend Girlfriend having or experimenting with funny little names. And I'm gonna hop onto Tumblr just real quick. Which one does that? You actually. Just gonna hop over here. Gonna reblog my own post just to make sure people can get more eyeballs on the fact that I'm streaming, cause, well, yes, I do in fact like attention. That's not why I do this. I do this because I want to help my trans siblings who need it. Well, trans and queer siblings. Because there's a lot of us. Oh my gosh! Oh, I cannot share what just brought me so much joy. I'm cackling. Oh. That's really bloody funny, though. That's really, really fucking funny. I'm very amused. Also, it's getting a bit dark out because of the time, so let's, boop, get a little bit more light. You change really quickly. I wish I could control how quickly you change. But whatever. Not within my control. Alrighty. Oh, right. Location notes. Where's the fucking... World notes. Did I actually write it down somewhere, or was that just... Did I just write it down... Heck. I need to go track down that name. But there's a... I specifically made a... There's essentially, like, a specific little, like, I guess, enclave? Not enclave. What's the right word? Not cabal, because cabal is not a word to use. Despite, like, what a lot of us have been raised to use it as. I learned that recently. It's very unfortunate. Oh, where's the location? Ah, right, that's what it was. Lova Novak. That's what it is. Lova Novak is the funny little capitalism place that's underneath Lichtel. It's just funny little, like... Because most, like, the underground is mostly accessed from caves, but there's, like, a couple places where there's just, like, holes in the continents. And Lichtel has one of these on it. And then at the bottom of that is Lova Novak. Which I forget exactly what it means, but I think I used Croatian to make the name. And if I recall correctly, it means something to the effect of, like... It's either, like, money lover, or love money, or something. More or less used to mean place of greed in this instance. I don't have a high view of capitalism, if that's not blatantly obvious. So I don't really know any trans folk who do. Most trans folk are like, capitalism? Hater. Hate that bitch. Alright, so you're going to stay there. So, go ahead and merge you. Alright, where are you gonna go? You can kind of go anywhere, because you're very small. Let's see, let's use the rainbow die, because my trans die is kind of betraying me, making things hard. Rainbow die and shadow die. 3... 7. Motherfucker. That is squarely in the middle of Uspar. 3-6 is not much better, my gal. Okay. My rainbow die. I chose you specifically because my other die was betraying me. Please stop rolling 3s. I guess... Ooh. Well... Is 3 fully? Actually, yeah, I'm gonna... Actually, hold on. That's a good point. So... 3 is kind of just done. As is 2, truthfully. Well, I guess they're not fully done? Well, I guess actually the only places to really put things that would, like, not feel cramped... There's not a lot of space left. So I guess I do just kind of need to choose, because otherwise I'm just going to keep re-rolling till... Because it's kind of the point where it's like, I'm either going to have to make a choice, or I'm just going to keep rolling until I roll one of, like, these few locations. So I may as well just make a fucking choice. Okay. am actually going to move you over too, so... Oh, you know? I actually really like the thought of kind of having like a small group of like islands in the middle of things. It's kind of just like a like volcanic island chain, more or less. Yeah, okay, cool. So now, we have that squirreled away. Not even squirreled away, now we have that figured out. Merge! 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 Hide. Okay, now that we have all of these figured out, reach down and copy this, paste this over somewhere. Let's say Discord, because I like using Discord. Oh. Oh. Ugh. Fuck, even my boyfriend's having a rough day today. I hate being disabled. Because I want to do more to help my pack, but I have very, very limited things, unfortunately. Alright, but now we have that planned out. So, Paint, thank you for your service. Okay. Now, back into the proper map making software. Also, time to put up the dice. I used to I used to be very superstitiously what's the word? I used to always make sure that I put my dice away in a very specific order and manner so that all of their top values would always be facing up. And then I decided to stop giving a shit at some point, and so now I just kind of put them away however I feel. Okay, but, so now that we have the planning done. Okay, so, get back into here. And, alright. Move you down here. Rotate it a little bit. Okay. Gosh. It's a little hard to, move shit around when I can't, just temporarily remove something. Lo-fi with banjos, apparently. But now, I have, a roadmap and a plan I will say, I think my plan to, like, move my fucking, like, to move my, like, the symbols that I previously had is, not gonna work, but that's fine. Cool, cool, cool. Fun fact, if anyone ever winds up playing Warframe and ends up getting paired with me, if I'm playing Octavia, you will be subjected to my taste in music. Pardon moi? That is not what I told you to do. But I have, set my Manticord to play that bit of Murder Drone's music. Thank you. Okay, so we have a Sealag placed. Honestly, Uspar, or actually, sorry, Huinwei, you're pretty close to where you're gonna wind up. Just not there exactly. Because you're right above the line of... Well, actually, you are pretty close to actually where you should be. I'm gonna move you over just a smidgen? To make it a little bit less, like a little bit less of a... There we go. I don't know why. Especially given that this is like such a zoomed out view. But... but I really... I feel, I want the straits and stuff, like, I want the waterways to not feel terribly cramped. So it's a little important to me to, like, get things sitting comfortably. Then I want you to kind of be hugging the coast of Huinwei, kind of seeming like you could have broken off at some point. I will say, I know I just spent so much time, like, figuring out hyper-specifics using dice, but I am going to take, as is my right, it's my fucking setting, I'm going to be taking some artistic liberties with things. Huh. Interesting? Weird. Whatever. My grids aren't lining up the exact same as they were on there, but that's fine. It's my setting and I'll do what I want to. Let's see, where are you? You're actually not moving a whole lot. Where? Oh, okay. Did I cut off the very corner of this? Oh, no I didn't. Okay. Oh right, I just forgot. I forgot. I just wrote the numbers in ground. Yes, complete that change. Okay. Fun fact. The funny little. Well, you know, actually, I guess that's true. I can place all of the junk. Not junk. Nothing in this world is. Well, nothing in my setting is junk. Remembers my protagonists. Or my antagonistic forces. Okay, only the shitty people in the setting are junk. Because, don't get me wrong, I do love a good... I do love a good, like, moral gray situation. I do love me a nice situation where it's like, okay, but, like, where's shit really going on? Like, what's... You know, who's really at fault here? What's really a problem? What's really, like, you know, what's really happening here? Like, you know, is maybe the villain, like, do the villain maybe have a point? I do love a good, I do love me a good situation like that. However, I don't want to have like... It is a smidgen... not cowardly. Indulgent of me. But I want most of my... or not most. Brrr. This is intentionally designed to be a world where a lot of the... It's honestly, it's kind of designed to be a lot like the Dragon Ball universe, where it's like, hello, most of, like, the big fucking problems have been taken care of. We've solved homelessness, we've solved hunger, we've solved like we've solved most of these problems due to capabilities we have. So the only people who, like, cause problems are people who have chosen to cause problems, not like a very, very, very few people who have been like, I don't want to do this, but I've been pushed too far. I've no other options. Like, not a whole lot of that. I'm still probably gonna have, like, one or two of the, like, a couple of those, but, like, not frequently, and that's not going to be, like, the first thing that jumps to mind when someone's like, well, alright, let's contemplate their motives. It's not gonna be like, oh, well, maybe they were just struggling because of, like, economic pressure or whatever. It's like, unless they were in, like, Lova Novak, or, like, similar locations. Like, what's the other name? I don't have it pulled up right now. Oh, well. Oh, wait, no, I can just do this. You know, unless they're in, like, Lova Novak or Reng of Arnag, they're not really gonna have to... Like, that's not gonna be a super good reason, because, like, well... like... a lot of the countries are in the collective, so it's like... we've solved homelessness. We've solved food problems. You know, we've solved we've solved food shortages. Much like real life, in my world, food shortages only exist because the greedy and powerful decide that it's easier to keep power if they fabricate food shortages. But, like, there's not actually any real shortage of food resources because Shit's been taken care of. I do kind of like this rotation because it kind of implies that these two were connected at some point and just split. And I like that rather a lot. Oh yeah, just most of the problems in this setting are going to be caused by people who are very actively choosing to be problems. Not going to be a whole lot of like, oh no, well, oh yes, I'm murdering puppies, but you see, Big Puppy has been, but you see, Big Puppy stole my home out from underneath me due to a legal loophole. Like, no. Not gonna fly. Not gonna fly, not even gonna get much off the ground. That said, well, actually, no. That said, well, actually, no, kind of that said, yeah. Not every problem is going to be because of the cleansed or the, oh man, that did fuck you up. I'm going to, I don't know exactly how the whole, I don't really know fully how the whole, like, land coloring engine works. Because it gets really weird in some places. Just gonna... Because I spent so fucking long getting deep cliffs to look correct. Oh, it's already been fucked slightly. That's fine. I'm a big demon. I can take... that's fine. I wonder why it's this corner specifically gives me weird... shit. I really don't know why that is. It's very odd. What day is it? What day is it? Okay, well, that's a little unfortunate, because, God, it did take me a fucking while to be satisfied with how deep cliffs looked. But it is, as the kids say, whatever. At some point, not fucking today, I'm gonna, like, sit down and figure out, like, how exactly, like, the tectonic plates of this planet work. Because I like thinking about that sort of thing. I think it's enjoyable and entertaining and fun. Wow, that really fucked you hard, huh, bud? Cool. Do I even have that color still? Okay, I do. I'm just gonna... Nope, wrong button. Wrong tool. Wrong tool. Wrong tool. I'm just gonna... We'll come back to you. We'll fix you up later, bud. Honestly, so many of these places are gonna... So many of these places are just kind of fucked. But that's fine. That's whatever. I'm revamping the entire fucking world. There's gonna be some funny little fallouts and spillages and whatnot. That... Oh. Gosh. Do I really want to do that? Oh, I might do that. Oh, I might do that just to really be, like, really clear. Brandon Lee Mulligan voice. Let me be very clear. Yeah, somewhere that sounds like Brandon Lee Mulligan. That's fine. That's not the point. Water. Water be gone, like the funny little crystals from the Del Toro Quest series. Landmass wizard. Randomly generated landmass. Something something that Aspie randomly generated? Is that anything? No, that's nothing. Oh, I should check what Neon sent me. Neon sent me something a little bit ago. Oh, but the thing that I'm like, oh, do I really want to do that? I'm highly considering making, like... I'm very considering making a decision, or making the decision that essentially, this landmass up here used to be, like, collected instead of just, like, one place with a bunch of islands around it. But the crypto elves fucked it heavily. Okay. But now, okay. Sorry. I reminded myself of the thing and I have to share. I don't know who else has seen this. And if you haven't, oh, I highly suggest you go check it out. There's a very funny clip of Brandon Lee Mulligan talking with, I believe it's Brian David Gilbert, if I recall correct? Both wonderful, wonderful entities. I enjoy both of them quite a lot. But, they were having a discussion about, like, what would you do as a DM if, like, a bard was like, I rolled to seduce the dragon, but, like, the dragon had to just be, like, utterly unfuckable for whatever reason. And Brandon was like, I've been spending too much time online and frankly around Abria Iyengar and Eric Ishii, because my first immediate thought when you said unfuckable was just some dragon going to the party and be like, hey guys, so I got so I got really into crypto. Like, it's just you really gotta just have faith in, like, the blockchain. It'll really work out. It's really interesting. It'll just be like the gods just smiting, like the bard being like, and also tap that, and the gods just smiting you for having bad taste. Just what a delight. Oh, you know, I guess I could also, if I'm trying to do that. Well, I do still need to actually draw this down here. Boop. Unsure who all is enjoying this stream, but for those of you who are still here and still watching, thank you. Hope you're having a good time. I'm having a good time. I'm going to be going for another probably like 30, 20 minutes or so. Girlfriend's going to be home in a little over an hour. Dinner tonight's going to take about 15 minutes to make. So I'm going to leave with plenty of time to, like, let the oven heat up. And then put the pizza in. Also, small PSA. For anyone who, like, needs to hear it, remember, until very recently, people were not expected to, like, cook their own meals every day. It was very common for people to, like, go to a tavern, or, like, a bar, or, like, some other place and get food with, like, other people around them. So, if you're like, oh, God, I'm 30 years old and I rarely, like, cook anything from scratch because I just don't have the energy. That's fine. That's so okay, boo. Who are the participants? Well, that can't quite be right. YouTube, please give me consistent data. Please and thank you. YouTube, you have 2 concurrent viewers. Also, YouTube, you have 1 concurrent viewer. Also, YouTube, you have no one. It is only you that is present. It's like, okay, well, whatever, I suppose. Oh, I see. The other 2 are the government agents who are monitoring me because I'm anti-capitalist, and now that's considered dumb things by the government. Ugh. Ridiculous. Disgusting. US government truly going face-off as an evil empire lately. It's not incredibly blatantly obvious. Not a fan of some of the things that our government's been doing lately. There's many things, though. Like, things the government has done that make me wish I was not a US citizen. Well, there's so many. Take your pick. Ooh, you know? Not me debating adding in, like, a massive just realizing, like, I don't have anything that's kind of like an inland sea, like the Mediterranean offhand, or I think that... Oh, I could be wrong, but geography's not my thing, so I'm not gonna feel too embarrassed if I'm wrong, but I think the Dead Sea is also an inland sea. Debating on adding some of those in places. Kind of currently amused at the prospect of like, Huinwei's desert being called largely, like, the desert itself being the Sea of Sand, and then, like, like, having there be an inland sea there. And having that one have, like, a name that's, like, similar, like Sea of the Sands or something, or, like, the Sands Sea, like SAND''SC. Oh, I think I actually did finish this thought earlier, but in case I didn't, just had a very funny thought of, like, what if the crypto elves are why that one area is just a shattered mess instead of just one coherent land mass? Not the one I'm currently selecting, but the one up here. Just, like, I don't know. Honestly, very uncertain, like, how or why or when. But just entertained by the thought of, like... them trying to do some crypto bro thing and, like, shattering their island. Sorry. The crypto elves having one of their currencies being ethereal. Well, what you don't understand is the actually no, what's the yeah, like what you don't understand is that it's really the ethereal echo is really useful for mining our e-coins because due to the weird passage of time on the echo of the ethereal, we can really just crank up the volume or crank up the rate of which the things accumulate value and it just goes through the roof. But I wouldn't really expect you, like short-lived beings, to really understand the thought, like, of how a real good long-term investment would work. Just the major sources of problems in this world is just people being like people choosing to be assholes over nothing. My little neon. Okay, so then let us see. Uh-oh, are we having some issues? Oh no, have I talked too much shit on capitalism? Is YouTube closing my stream because I'm talking too much shit about capitalism? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Poor Google and the fact that they're having to, like, courts are being like, hey, we told you to quit it with the whole monopoly business. You didn't, so now get fucked. I don't know who all has or hasn't heard about that news, but yeah, apparently a while ago now, like 2023 sometime, Google was ruled an illegal monopoly by a judge, and told to, hey, cut that shit out. And unsurprisingly, Google has not cut that shit out. Because they're Google, and why would they cut that shit out if they're not being forced to? Well, sucks to suck, because now the courts are going, well, we told you not to do this. We told you there were going to be consequences if you did this. You didn't listen, so now we're gonna hit Has-Been Hotel Lucifer voice. Now I'm gonna fuck you. Cause they're losing all their shit, and I'm honestly so thrilled. I am a little curious and a little concerned about what that's gonna mean for, like, YouTube, since Google runs and operates YouTube. But whatever. That bridge will be burned when it gets to it. And, like, I highly doubt YouTube's going to, like, vanish for a number of reasons. One of which being the fact that, like, unlike, I think it's The Guardian it was? I don't remember. Unlike Alex Jones's website, which got purchased and it's gonna be turned into a fucking joke, YouTube is actually, like, useful for shit. So I can't imagine that if they do lose it, because I don't know all the details. I don't know if, like, they're losing YouTube or if... I know they're losing a lot of their shit. But Oh, like, I can't imagine, like, if, like, whoever purchases it is going to be like, oh, yes, YouTube. I'm gonna close this bitch down for not being profitable enough. Like, excusez-moi, monsieur motherfucker. One of the most profitable things to own, probably. Oh no. Okay. Phew! For a second I thought it was, for a second thought, okay, you're saved, right? Okay. Have you been saved? No. Hmm. 2 moments to talk about my Lord and Savior, Hearth Tender. My Hearth Tender. God, I'm gonna have to redo so much. So much. So much. Where even did fucking... Where? Was that? Hold on. Oh. You're... Oh, I see. Oh, well... That's gonna be annoying, but that's fine. Just realized that... Oh, oh, that felt good. Let's see if I can hear it again. Oh. Anyway, I just, one of my locations is super impossible to like just take the symbols and just transpose it now because of just stuff I've made. But that's fine. Genuinely. Is it ideal? No. Is it fine? Yes. Is it optimal? Hell no. But again, it's whatever. In my head, I'm trying to kind of give this like a very faint like curved shape. Because I'm imagining this is like kind of like a volcanic island chain. Also a little funny. Girlfriend and I talking about Warframe stuff. It's like, cool, alright, I'm gonna do art tonight, but like I'll just do my bounties and like my standing and stuff tomorrow during the day. Also me. You know, I'm not really too actually invested in doing this at the moment. I'm just gonna do an art stream instead. Okay, I need you to not do that. Author's note. The you I'm talking to is a Bionicle that just happens to be in my line of sight, and due to the movement of my head, it looked kind of like it looked like there was movement out of the corner of my eye, but it was just the like the Bionicle from my perspective shifting. It's just like the combination of like the Bionicle like shifting, or like my perspective on the Bionicle shifting while there's like blinds behind it, so it kind of created the illusion of movement, and it just startled me for a second. Like, I'm the only one home right now. Who the fuck is moving over there? Oh. I don't know why. Like, I haven't come up with, like, a reason, but it's gonna be like, okay. A big island was made a while ago. Then, for some reason, the tectonic plates started moving faster and slightly more erratically. And that's why, the other islands are much smaller. Oh, I actually need to do another quick bio break. Alright, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Okay. Now for the fuck did I put my pet? There you are. Now for the unenviable, but sadly very necessary need of... Okay, let's... Okay, so only you... So you're the only places that actually have watercolors currently. Good to know. Okay, right, the unfortunate but very necessary task of returning things to order. Any other weird water places that I need to... Okay. Going to do... Which color were you? Were you this one? There we are, okay. Going to go through and essentially just... Like... No, you're actually black. I don't want actual black. Wait, are you... You're closer to what I want, but I want a little bit more... I want a little bit lighter just so I can get some actual, like, map texture detail in there. Yeah, that's better. What the fuck color are you? Fucked up thing is, like, I had just done, like, a major update to this planet. I was like, cool, I'm pretty happy with the current state of things. So I'm gonna just, you know, I'm just gonna move forward. Then I couldn't stop seeing, like, I couldn't stop seeing the fact, there were certain elements of the world building that I had done that I had based on people who I no longer in my life. No longer do I want them in my life. And I'm just like, essentially, I couldn't unsee that fact. Or, like, unsee that there were, like, things that's like, oh, yes. You know, this thing that I made specifically because of this person. And just, I couldn't stop thinking about that fact. So, decided, you know, gonna just change those. Oh, and it's because they were all the oceans. It's because I named 3 of the biggest oceans after people who are no longer in my life. By my choice. Well, most of the cases, mutual choice, but... Going to build out some of these places a little bit more. Just to kind of try to, like, give them a little bit more... Because a lot of these places were just, like, cut off from other landmasses. In the, reshuffling, I guess you would say? So... taking those and redoing them. I'm also just gonna have to, like, full sail, like... Due to how symbols are handled in this engine, I'm just gonna kind of have to full sail just delete a bunch of them. But, again, that's fine. I knew this going in. So, let's see. Oh, wait. Symbols, eraser. I should be able, I actually might be able to salvage Uspar's symbols. But, like, all, like, these locations are all different. So my essentially what my plan to do is all of the ones that are like that I'm deciding like no, your new reality is too different for your same like for the same things to be there as they were. Right. For all the places that I'm kind of going, no, unfortunately, you just like things are too different. The symbols aren't going to make sense there anymore. I'm just kind of. Is there a town? Oh, there was a town on there. No, Hostin. I'm just gonna, you know, I have maps. Oh god, yeah. I have maps of what those areas used to look like. I'm just going to basically recreate them just at their new locations. Oh, actually, hold on. You won't fit. Ah, no, I rotated you. You're not gonna work anymore. Well, at least you all can kind of work, because you all are just kind of ruins that are just on Lictel. So, like, that's fine. This port symbol is upside down because no one wants to fucking go there. Cause it's the island of liches and capitalism. And most of the civilized world has said, hey, actually, fuck that. Civilized is perhaps not the best choice of words, because... I'll re-examine that later. Glitch says, and despite the fact that she's continuing to actively contemplate things now. It's just like... Calling something uncivilized has big, like... I feel like that is a thing that probably sprang up from colonialism. And... fuck that. Actually, no, don't fuck that. Pointedly, don't fuck that. Because... colonialism is bad, and those who perpetuate it should not be getting laid. Not out of any sort of, like, weird, you need to be weeded out of the gene pool type thing, just... if you be supporting colonialism, you be serving rancid vibes. And generally speaking, people who serve rancid vibes aren't going to be getting laid, because no one wants to be near you. Did I? Ah, none. There we go. I wish I could... oh, I can move you! I thought I couldn't move you. Well, tits on a horse. Maybe later. Not right now. Cool. All right. Wait. I thought I already got rid of the land. I thought thought I erased the land color that was no longer good. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, symbols. Volcano, we're gonna move you down close to where you're gonna end up going on Vulcana. So for now, let's... Aurora Tower, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you. Actually, this might be what I do with you. That tower moves, fun fact. Let's see, where... This little guy was lined up with its. Vertically, you were about aligned with this little notch. And horizontally, you were lined up with this little notch down here. Can I? I can! I didn't realize I could move you! Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So at least I have one continent that's not entirely fucked by this whole thing that I'm doing. Actually, no, technically I have two. Because I have one place that's, like... What's your name again? Yore Artetelalu. Which is... this place. Which is... like... It's a floating city nation that, like... If anyone's watched D20, Fantasy High, or Pirates of Leviathan, it's kind of a similar situation as, like, Leviathan, where it's, like, a floating civilization. The main thing is that it's not pirates. Like, the bit in the center here is actually, like... They've essentially found a way to do, like, floating farmlands, like hydroponics on point, essentially. And so they just float around the ocean currents. What they don't know is that they actually follow one of the stronger arcs, or one of the stronger routes of the ley line of fluids, which is what creates that ocean current. So, I mean, technically, whatever. You get it. You see the threads, hopefully. Alright, and honestly, now is a great time for me to go ahead and call it for the night. So, thank you all so much for watching. Please, if you can, take a moment to look at our Hope Spotlight. It's down in the description below. It is for helping someone helping Tropical Stream from avoiding being homeless come January when her landlord's going to be a massive bitch, apparently. So, if you can, please, if you have anything to spare, please send some her way. She, one of my trans siblings, again, not by relation, but just because all trans people are my siblings. But so if you have anything to give, just help her out a little bit. I would greatly appreciate it. Or share with some other people so that maybe we can get someone's eyes on this who can help. So, thank you all so much. Hope you had a wonderful time. I had a great time. I'm probably gonna do more streams like this because it's really fun. I really enjoyed working on this and, like, talking with y'all. It's been fun. It's been real good for me. So, until next time, please, do not forget to be kind to yourselves and one another. If you would like to support the channel, please follow the Ko-fi link in the description below. That helps me out, helps keep the channel going, helps me, keeps me doing what I've been doing. So, and until next time, I hope you all have a wonderful time. Please don't forget that you're cared about. I know shit's rough. I know shit's getting scarier. But at least here, at least with me, on this channel, you're loved, and you're safe. I care about you. Good night.